Back everyone, welcome back to another weekend edition here of the CranKy Season 4, Group A, week number 2. We are here, we are halfway through the group stage of this unique StarCraft Evolution Team League tournament. I'm of course just VIP, with me and joined by the amazing players and by the ByuN chats as well. Welcome one all. We are getting into our broadcast. Oh, un momento, as I do quickly, there we go, as we do quickly set things up. We're getting into our broadcast here tonight. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, for those that are unaware, this is a tournament for StarCraft Evolution, not StarCraft 2, and it is a Team League tournament. We do have a group stage leading into the playoffs, and this is the final week of the group stage to determine the top teams to enter the playoffs. Let's go. We already went over the qualifiers, and of course week 1 last week, and now we are here to conclude said group stage. Let's jump into our matches here tonight. So for tonight's broadcast, we're jumping into Group A. Here in Group A, we have 3 series to go here, 3 best of 5s, and it is round robin group stage. Up first, we're going to be jumping into Onside versus Stanley Balls. Let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be switching things over and catching up on our upcoming matches. Let's go. Let us go, as you can... as we're about to jump into it. Here we go. Bam, there we go. So we do have our upcoming matches. Now, as a reminder, there's going to be a best of 5 ace match if we get there. First up is going to be a TVZ ByuN. ByuN is going to be a starting player for Onside, going up against GG Machine in a TVZ, followed by Xian versus Young Yakov, Maru versus Shameless, and ByuN versus Milky Cow. The format here is best of 1s, and the teams do field and reveal their lineups ahead of time, so players and teams have time to prepare for their upcoming matches. Pro League style. So Pro League style formats where they do have time to prepare, time to look up and study their opponents, of course, and get ready for the up and coming best of 1s. Bear that in mind. Best of 1, papi. Aye. Let's go. Let's jump on in here. Again, game 1 is going to be our TVC, ByuN versus GG Machine. Let's go. Let us go. Likewise, when it comes to who plays SC2 and who plays Brood War, they do alternate. We do alternate between matches and between series. Up first, I believe, is going to be ByuN playing Brood War Terran. Vamonos. And what's also really cool about this format, bearing in mind as well, is that... One moment though. What's cool about this format is that, again, when it comes to our teams facing off, even though Onside is the more well-known team, I would say they're one of the underdogs in the team league. Again, ByuN, Maru, and Xiao, they have very limited experience, very limited experience in StarCraft Evolution. I would say the player with the most amount of experience in said team would be Shin, but Shin is not competing for Onside. Shin is going to be competing for CRHB instead, so he won't be there for Onside to be that ace player, to be that kind of pillar for them. Instead, they're going to have to rely on themselves. I think I might even say that ByuN probably has the most experience with Brood War, so I do think that he might be like their StarCraft Evolution, like Brood War ace. Hard to say though, hard to say, just because these teams, these players have so much limited experience. It's same with Basilisk, right? With Basilisk, they're the best team in StarCraft 2, but they're not really the strongest team coming into this league because of their inexperience in StarCraft Evolution. True. But here we go, as we are going to be jumping into our first game. Now, bearing in mind, of course, is a replay cast. There's going to be a replay cast covering this event, and because this is a replay cast from yesterday's matches from less than 24 hours ago, it does mean that that there might be a little bit of downtime in between matches, just because we have to download the patch. Bearing in mind, a patch did hit this morning, a hotfix, so that did pseudo break replays. It does mean that we have to wait a little bit longer to download the previous patch. Just as a heads up. Un momento. Machine. Beautiful. Just setting up the title, setting up the matches. Okay. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sylphid, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself representing Stony Balls. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss, the red Terran. The red Terran player himself, the South Korean Terran, the Brood War Terran. It is ByuN. So let's go. Let us jump on in. Bearing in mind, once again, this is StarCraft Evolution, so ByuN is playing Brood War. Meanwhile, GG Machine is playing StarCraft 2. This mod is balanced for Brood War versus SE2. This is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War, just as a heads up. So it's always one versus the other. And again, we're going to be alternating. So on side, they begin as Brood War. On side, game 2 will be SC2, and Stania will be playing Brood War instead. Just as a heads up. And of course, teams, they knew about the order of that's coming into when they fielded their players and how they would reveal their lineups as well. Jumping into this, so we are going to be getting into our fresh series, and again, this is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom left, top side, or bottom right, so possible 3-player spawn map. As a result, we do see ByuN going CC first. It is very, very common to go CC first in these 3-player spawn maps. Likewise, hatch gas pool out of GG Machine. So far, standard openers, but honestly, it's quite common, yep, to 3x. So 3x follow-ups, 3x builds are very standard in StarCraft Evolution from Brood War Terran, so we're expecting a 3rd ranks, an academy, and a stim timing coming up from ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As is our 3rd ranks, and again behind this we should be going for the academy, bearing in mind that again this does hit into a very strong stim and medic timing. The reason why 3 ranks hit as hard as they do in StarCraft Evolution is because you don't need a starport for support. You can straight up make the medic from the ranks itself, so it does hit harder, does hit stronger, and we'll see how GG Machine, how experienced he is. Now I will say that GG Machine is more experienced in StarCraft Evolution than ByuN is. So GG Machine, he's going to be scouting and he will confirm the build of choice, and he's going to be aware of it, and he will be able to shut it down, or at least react and respond. Now there are a couple different ways to react to this. You can go for a Baneling defense, you can go for a Roach Warren defense, or you can go Massling Queen, which I feel like is a little bit more difficult. But there are different ways to react to this. As long as you don't overdrone, you should be okay. And remember, this is not an all-in. I should also emphasize that. This is not an all-in. It's going to be a strong timing. The follow-up is going to be, I mean, typically we see mech as a follow-up, to be honest. Like into Double Factory, into Spider Mines, and Mass Vulture. But we'll see how ByuN does decide to follow up here after said timing. Here we go. Here we go. So from here we are going to be settling in and getting into our fresh series. Behind this, we even have some Firebats coming into the mix as well. True Firebats, they have their place here in the SC Evo. They have their place. And I see in the chat, we're not here to discuss the patch or the implied meta for SC2. You know, talk about that somewhere else. Here to talk about StarCraft Evolution, pappy. Let's go. As for now, we are getting into our link speed. Gas is still being mined, and ByuN will soon move out. He'll soon, set up as we are hunting down the first Overlord. With the scan, we'll be able to shut it down. More Firebats amassing, more biomassing as well. Soon, ByuN, he will move out. And again, GG Machine, as I mentioned before, he's getting ready. Spike Wall's on the way. Queens are coming out. Link production has begun as well, and GG Machine is getting ready to defend. Is getting ready. We go. Oh, sure, he doesn't. I just realized that ByuN didn't know where he spawned. So true. ByuN has yet to scout, so now he's going to be checking. Unfortunately, he does gamble a little bit here and does gamble incorrectly. GG Machine, he is nowhere to be found. It does rotate over towards the left-hand side. Yeah, rotates over. And again, this is just giving more time for GG Machine to prepare. Giving him more time, massing out more queens. Baneliness is on the way, so it's going to be a Ling Queen defense initially into Banelings. Spinacle is staying up at the 3rd, and ByuN at this point is misses timing. Here comes the follow-up. So Factory is going to be on the way. From here, we can start working towards mech, or at least supporting with mech, into tanks or into vultures. Eyes are on whether or not we go for a 2nd factory. And ByuN races back home. He misses timing. Again, did not know where GG Machine did spawn. Didn't know where he spawned in. GG Machine going for the counter Bane Bus, actually. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, he's going for the counter. Lings, they do try to collapse in. Pulling back. Is going to be pulled back. Scan confirming lack of gases, trying to get eyes on further tech. And GG Machine, he likewise does not commit into the natural behind this droning. We're droning, we're saturating. We have 6 more drones on the way here for GG Machine. be droning up, just containing ByuN and working on the next step. Behind this, we are going to siege mode, so tank production has begun, going for a 3-1-1 setup, no second factory, so we're committing into Bio. The Bio army is solid. It doesn't scale too well coming into the late game, but has its place here in the mid game as well. But we'll see how greedy Jin Machine is going to be. Remember, ByuN, he's contained right now. He's contained on 2 bases. Jin Machine are freely going to be droning. Saturated. Does expand here on the top side. Does expand, does set up likewise. The lever chamber double upgrades. Scan does reveal lack of lair. Lair was over here at the natural there, which I didn't believe has been spotted. Yeah, has not been spotted. So a bit of an unfortunate scan there from ByuN. And we'll slowly be breaking out. We have the science facility on the way. That should be for science vessels, for irradiate. But I'll be honest, this is going to be a very slow start for ByuN. It's going to be a very slow start, just because it looks like he does plan on taking up into science vessels, into irradiate first. Starting to be a little bit active, catching out some of the Ling Bane, not bad. Does catch out some of the army. There's that science vessel on the way. ByuN, he's going to stem further onto creep here, and Jin Machine, he should have enough to defend. We've got the queens, we've got the spine cooler, more Banelings going to be morphing in as well. And setting up. Here he's going to be setting up. Likewise, ByuN, he commits with the tanks. Okay. Yeah, he's going to try to commit. Pushing up the ramp. Baneling speed only now just beginning. Remember, it was a later lair. True. Yeah, later lair, later Baneling speed. Jin Machine, that means ByuN, he can break the base. Not just that, but he does find the Eva chambers here as well. Very nice pickoffs. Yeah, he denies 1-1 and shuts down the third base. We have Banelings trying to trickle on in. But again, the tech was so delayed here for Jin Machine. Did decide to go double upgrade before lair, before Baneling speed. So both will be denied. Massive pickoffs. Jin Machine now going for the counterattack back at home. There aren't many units back at home to defend. Yeah, Lings will catch reinforcements, but this main army is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. ByuN pushing further in. Baneling setting up with this round. Again, still no Baneling speed. We're 10 seconds off. He's going in. Yeah, does dive in. Does go for the defense matrix. And Banelings, they don't connect with the Bio. We have 3 more Banelings coming in. We're down to 0. Very nice target firing. Oh my god. That's very young. Yeah, nice target firing. Breaks all the Banelings. Stims on forward, but we are running out of support here again. There are no more tanks, just pure Marine. Pure Marine, pappy. Okay, it's a very messy defense here from Jin Machine. Very messy. And if given time, we have 10 Hydras on the way, a couple of extra Zerglings as well. ByuN, he's almost in. Now Radiate has finished researching. He needs a little bit more time for energy here. There we go, he has 1. He has 1 Irradiate. There it is. Connects with the Hydra, very nice. The Hydra does go down. At the same time, we're trying to collapse on the Marines again. There's no tank behind this. Marines, they stim. And they win, Pappy. Yeah, they take down the Queens, they take down the Hydras, and with that ByuN, it looks like he is breaking through. I say that he's down to 4 Marines out of 2. 2 Marines left. 1. Ah, God. Down to 0. Down to barely 0 with that ByuN. He barely didn't have enough. We had 2 Hydras and the Queen surviving, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. A very close, a very clutch defense. Behind this, ByuN is getting his 3rd base up and running. Meanwhile, Jin Machine also on 3 bases. Remember, he lost the 4th. He lost the 4th base. More importantly, he lost both Eva chambers. So on the one hand, Jin Machine, he survives. That is true. But he's behind in the economy. He's down in workers. He has 0 upgrades. He only has Baneling speed and Ling speed and Hydra upgrades, of course, but has no Eva chamber upgrades. So Jin Machine falling behind. He's falling behind here. He does survive, but he's in a rough place. 2-2 has now begun for ByuN. Getting into 2-2 upgrades and securing himself. Jin Machine, he has a ways to go. He's got a ways to go to catch back up in this game. And we'll see if he can. Yeah, breaking in. Once again, nice irradiate here on the Hydra. Jin Machine does kill his own Hydra. Does shut it down. For those who are curious, Radiate is similar to Parasitic Bomb, except Parasitic Bomb stays it stays present after the unit is killed. For Radiate, it dissipates once the unit is killed. So it is very common to micro against a Radiate by killing your own units, whether it's killing your own, Marine, Ultra, Hydra, for example, Viper. Just to end said splash damage, Jesus. Speaking of, there we go. Bit of a delayed reaction there from GG Machine. And behind this young scanning, getting an eye on the economy. Should be feeling good about this, confirming that there are no additional northern bases here from GG Machine. And now it's time to move out. And ByuN has got his 3 science vessels. He has Radiates ready. He's got at least 3 of them. Defense Matrix if he needs them as well. True. Can Defense Matrix. Catching all these Zerglings. Oh my god. Yeah, a bunch of Zerglings go down. Heavy losses for GG Machine. Every Zergling will fall. Now moving in, and you can see we're chasing down the Hydras. The Radius is chasing down the Hydras. Gets 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 connections. Ooh, softening up the army ahead of time. ByuN is pushing forward. He's holding on to 1 more Radiate, soon to be. Need a little bit more time, a little bit more energy. Hydras, ooh, Science Vessel does overextend. Yeah, we'll go down, but despite that, massive tank shots going off from the high ground. And massive tank volleys. Catching out the Queen. The Queen's the Ling Bane, Defense Matrix activated. Ooh, some Banelings do connect, but that's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. ByuN, he snowballs out of control, breaks through the main army, pushing towards the natural base as well. And again, just too many losses early on there for GG Machine. To lose the base, to lose the upgrades, to lose everything was just far too much. GG gets called, and ByuN will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN, he will take a lead in the series. Again, we did have an intense back and forth. GG Machine, he did decide to throw down his Evo Chambers at his 3rd location, but more importantly, he did decide to delay Baneling speed. So when ByuN eventually moved out, even though it was delayed compared to the original timing, GG Machine, he wasn't ready. He was not ready for it. In the end, he was caught with his pants down, and with that, ByuN takes a lead for onside. GG. GG, well played. And honestly, this is a pretty big win. It's a big win here for onside. As I mentioned before, I would say that ByuN is probably going to be the ace player for onside. I mean, there's a reason why they're going to be fielding him twice in the original lineup. So ByuN, he does kick things off with a win. We'll see if the rest of his team can keep up. Let's go. Let us go. As up next, we're going to be loading into our ZVP. Up next is going to be a best of 3 between who? Up next is ByuN for onside and young Yakov for Stony Balls. Let's go. Let us go, as game 2 is going to be on BlackRock. Here we go. So we are going to be settling up. Does Radiate still work as an eraser? It does. It does, of course. You can cast a Radiate on a dropship or any units. For sure. So you can use it like an eraser. It is a little bit different though here. I mean, specifically in that kind of dynamic, just because there were Hydras out, so they can just focus on the science vessels. But you can do that to, like, I mean, that's, if I recall correctly, that was more effective against like mineral lines. You could like irradiate your science vessels, then go into mineral lines to kill drones. I want to say that was like a common tactic. But here we go. Spawning in the top right corner of BlackRock, we do have the blue Zerg player. We have the Brood War Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back for his team. Let's go. It is young Yakov for Stony Balls. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing onside. It is ByuN. Again, ByuN, he has taken a lead for himself, for his team. We'll see if ByuN can keep that up. I will say that young Yakov, again, is much more experienced in StarCraft Evolution. Much more experienced. So we'll see if ByuN can keep up. For now, though, hatch pool opener into a delayed gas geyser. Okay, so a bit of a later gas out of young Yakov. With this, we'll have later link speed, later tech. So we'll see how young Yakov does get into towards the mid game. Likewise, Zan across the map is going to be going for his own standard open, just going for his own gate expand. And gate expand setup. And welcome to Blackrock. Blackrock is an interesting map in the map pool. I want to say it's a little bit more medium-sized when it comes to the rush distance by ground. But I will say that the third and fourth bases are very open. They're very open, they're very exposed. It does take quite a lot of dedication when it comes to side defense to actually build up and fortify these locations, specifically for Protoss players. So it's going to be difficult, often it is difficult for Protoss to defend on 3 and 4 bases. We'll see though. Again, there's also some of the features of this map that will be more impactful on this mod, and that is of course the side blockers. There's a lot of tall grass, a lot of shrubbery here, and what does that mean? That means there's a bunch of mischance. In StarCraft Evolution, just like in Brood War, there is I want to say it's 47% chance to miss. It's slightly below 50. It's like 47-ish, 47.5 or something. But there's basically like 50% chance to miss when you do attack into tall grass, or if you do attack up high ground as well. There is that kind of disadvantage you have. It's a pretty big disadvantage, and because there's so much tall grass here, because there's so much potential like side blockers or ways to obscure vision, that can come into play when it comes to engaging in the center of the map. Can come into play for now though. Robo opener. So Zan opening up Robo, typically, we'll see. I was going to say this typically means Robo into a faster Bay, into faster Colossus production, but technically this can lead into like a fast Prism, into Prism fast early on, then into Immortals, then into like an Immortal based all-in. So eyes are on Zan, leaning towards a fast Bay and fast Colossus, but we'll see. We shall see. Now Depth does shade into the mineral line. Ooh, gets shut down by the Hydras. Again, fast Hydrogen here by young Yakov. As you can see, Yakov, he's skip lane speed. It makes sense why he went for late gas. Late gas means your skip lane speed. We're rushing directly into Hydras. Not just that, rushing into a very fast lair. Now, if I see a fast lair and if I see a Hydrogen, I'm thinking lurkers. Remember, Hydra tech is hatch based, but the lurker den is not. You do need the lair for lurkers, so I'm imagining that young Yakov wants to try to rush lurkers and try to go for a lurker timing. There is a lurker all-in you can go for, where you hit with like 5 lurkers and you just link flood behind it. So we'll see if Yakov all-ins or if he does try to build up from here. Meanwhile, fast Robo into Bay, it is going to be Colossus. As we had originally assumed, it is going to be fast Colossi here out of Zan, which is honestly going to do quite well against a Hydra heavy composition, but again, it might be a little bit more shaky against heavier lurker play. Lair is done. There it is. Lurker tech is being researched. So, as I mentioned, fast Lair, fast Hydrogen, Screams, fast Lurkers. Lurkers are going to be on the way. Unlike in SE2, the Hydrogen doesn't morph into a Lurker Den. It's just a research that is upgraded, of course. This does make it a little bit harder to scout. But again, like if you see the main base, if you see the Lair and the Hydrogen, if you see researching, you can deduce Lurkers. You can make that deduction. Meanwhile, let's go. Prism speed is on the way. We're going old school. We're going not for Colossus drops. We're going for Disruptor drops. It's been a couple of years since this was in the meta. I want to say like 2022, 2023-ish era of StarCraft. I remember especially amongst the NA Protoss players referring to like Astrea, referring to Neeb as well, and was mixed in every now and then from a Korean Protoss, would be like Colossus drops and Disruptor drops. It is very dedicated, and we'll see if it pays off. As of course, there's counter micro available to dodge those Novas. We'll see. Does this disadvantage also affect melee units? No. I believe only ranged, but maybe. Like as you meant, like I'll be honest, I haven't really encountered too many positions where you have the. I mean, it's the opposite, right? Like if you're saying there's a melee units on either side of the tall grass, basically. Well, the one who's on the opposite side can't see, so won't be able to attack. I guess if they have high ground vision, you're asking. I'm not entirely certain. I think they would have a mischance. That makes sense. Yeah, I think they would, because it still meets the requirement of one unit having to attack into tall grass. So I think it would have a mischance. Oh, very nice Nova. Okay. Very nice Nova. Catching out how many? Catching out 4 Hydras. But I'm just speculating. I haven't encountered that situation too often. There we go. Here we go. With that, we do have Scourge as a response. That's going to be ideal against Colossus, and Colossus are amassing. Ooh, so this is one of the reasons why Colossus tech is actually, I mean, so first things first, this tells me that Zaun is very inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution. We knew that already, but this confirms that. Colossus-based play is very rare in SE Evo because of Scourge. Like Scourge, they're just a hard counter. They just hard counter Colossus as they chase away the Prism. But it's the reason why you often see Storm and Disruptors, not Colossi. Because it only takes a couple of Surge to move in and to shut Colossus down. So we'll see if Zaun can make this work. We'll see. Obviously, there's a world where he can maybe position his Stalkers in such a way where they can focus on the Scourge in time. But the problem is that Stalkers have a very low attack rate, right? Stalkers, they attack very, very slowly as opposed to Marines. So the idea of Stalkers killing all of these Scourge before they connect, it's very low. It's very, very unlikely to occur. Archons, of course, would have an easier time. Archons, they have more splash damage, but they have shorter range. But again, there's like no Archon support yet. Like Archons and Storm are what we would expect to try to counter like a heavy Scourge army against Skytos. Oh. So now again, both players are amassing their armies. Scourge still being active. I don't believe Young Yakov has seen the Colossus yet. If he were aware of the Colossi, we should be seeing more Scourge. Right now, there aren't enough to actually kill everything in the sky, I don't think. But now just focusing on Lurker tech. Building up more Lurkers. Queen's Nest is on the way. Queen's Nest and Ensnare would be ideal. So Ensnare is kind of like Fungal Growth. You could argue it's a little bit stronger just because it does last a very long time. The difference is that Ensnare does no damage. Does no damage. Just purely a slow spell. But I believe Ensnare has to be researched. I say believe because yeah, there it is. Okay, I wasn't certain, but that is Ensnare being researched. I wasn't certain because we've had a lot of patches in StarCraft Evolution, and they've like added it, they've removed it, they've made it just baseline on the Queen, then moved it around a little bit. Like there's been a lot of adjustments made, but it looks like right now, at least currently, it is in this iteration, it is an upgrade that you have to work through. Before this, it was baseline on the Queen. Meanwhile, Zealots, they do get until the base, forcing a cancel. Zaun moving out. Yakovi does spot the army. Still in the 8 Scourge. I still don't know if that's enough. Zaun moving in. Army gets spotted. Stargate's on the way. Zaun getting ready for Skytos. There it is. 6 more Scourge on the way. That should be enough. As the War Prism makes its way towards the main, there is an opening. Oh, the Scourge! Ooh, they do. Yeah, you can see they quickly kill one Colossus. One Colossus goes down. There's a recall back home. At the same time, Hydras they counterattack. They almost catch a Colossus. Not quite. Prism into the main. But now Young Yakovi can focus on the defense. He's moving out. Ooh, we're getting messy. We're getting messy here. Zelsa gets into the main base. Drone's going to be going down. At the same time, Young Yakov, oh, he runs into the army. Yeah, it does run in. Losing 6 Lurkers. Oh my god. Yeah, 6 Lurkers go down. Heavy losses for Young Yakov. A messy couple of moments here for the Zerg. It was a little bit back and forth. But Hasblat had a lot of units. Hasblat had a lot. 7 Scourge. That should be enough. There's only 1 Colossus left. Yeah, there's only 1 Colossus remaining. So plenty of Scourge. Now we can focus purely on Lurkers. Fleet Beacon is going to be on the way. Only range. Oh, there you go. Shout out to Fusion Dota 2 in the chat. Legacy Snow for only ranged. Again, it's not something I've encountered personally before. But good to know. For future reference. As Downey does wander through the center. Yakov setting up for an attempted surround. Okay, let's go. And they're going to be zoning away. I say surround, actually just going for the counterattack instead, catching out an immortal. Yeah, we'll catch them all at the same time. That's a kill, not a cancel on the hatchery. Does keep moving in. Lurkers a burrow. And again, Yakov will see if he can catch out the main army. Do we have any? We have one queen. So one queen, limited in snares. At the same time, Zelarami on the top side and on the right hand side as well, running into an army. Zel's it up with. Hydras are kind of getting caught out. They do get a second immortal. Second immortal goes down. Ooh, very nice force field. Punching the Hydras. We're getting messy. We're getting messy here. Storm is still on the way. Lurkers are moving in. Oh, and Snare does land on some of the Archons. But yeah, the Scourge, they cannot get close. This time the Archons, they do their job. Oh no! Oh my god. Very close. A little bit of miscontrol there as well. Yeah, it wasn't quite assertive, and with that, a couple of Scourge do go down. Colossus barely survives. I don't know if you noticed, but Yakov, it looks like the Scourge were the same control group as the Hydras. So as Hydras, as they kited away, so did the Scourge. So some messy micro there from Yakov. Did lose all the Scourge. But did kill the expansion, which matters more here. Denies the fourth base. Keeping Zan in check. And again, Zani's trying to work towards that Skytos army, but it's still a ways away. Still working on it. Hatchery's denied once again. Denies the expansion. Yakov moving out. Now, unfortunately, Yakov, his army is now a little bit less complex. There's no queen, there's no Scourge either. We have a couple of defilers amassing behind this, and they can help, of course. They can Plague. They can Dark Swarm. I feel like Dark Swarm would be a little more ideal against this kind of army. Yakov just rotates towards the south side. Once again, just ensuring there's no expansion. Zelarami setting up. Setting up the run by. Oh, do we have the section? Oh my god, the Lurkers! Oh my god! The Lurkers, they pop up. The Observer was late. Jesus. So we just ran into the Lurkers, papi. Yeah, just ran in at the same time the main army does hit the third, and Zan is being torn apart. He's being torn apart. It does go for the Dark Swarm. I mean, there's not really much here anyway. The base will fall. Zelarami is doing some damage here, but once again, Zan cannot defend. And we spoke with this at the start of the game. Specifically, the third and fourth base on Blackrock are very difficult to defend. They're so open, they're so accessible. Zan cleans up this army at least towards the south side. And these elves are wreaking havoc here. Oh my god, they killed an expansion. 17 drones going to be going down. Very nice Zelarami. We're getting messy. We're getting very, very messy here. As Yakov is not having the cleanest game either. He has plenty of hatcheries, but no saturation. And Zan has got one Death Wolf of an army. He's got one army here to work with. 16 Scourge on the way. Oof. It's a lot of Scourge. Depending on the positioning of the Archons, the Scourge, they can just completely shut down any Skytos unit. There are 3 Archons here on the right-hand side. There is 0 High Templar. Storm is done, but no Templar ready. Never goes off. Ooh, nice connection. Base goes down. The Hatchery does fall. No, the Nova does not connect this time. Disruptor does fall. Scourge are amassing. The Scourge are getting ready. Oh, they're going to try to dive in. They will. Oh my god, they just delete the mothership. Oh, that's crazy. The mothership goes down. There's still the one Tempest. There's still the one carrier. But Zan is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Behind this, he does saturate his third. And now double expanding, getting a fourth. Likewise, he also cuts young Yakov off from this southern expansion. True. Does cut him off. Yakov, he has the opposite issue here where he has a high drone count, but he has no saturation. Here comes the Maynard. And Maynarding over. He rotates towards the left-hand side. Oh, never goes off and does connect. It is connection, catching about 4 Hydras. Yakov pulls away, Storm of the Lurkers. There's not that many Lurkers here, but there's not much Protoss. Yeah, there's not much Protoss running out of Storms. One High Templar goes down, so stepping in, catching out the carrier. The Hydras, they stutter, said they catch another Disruptor. Disruptor goes down. Oh, the base does finish, so it's going to be killed, not cancelled. 20 probe kills as well. And this time, there is no Zealot run by. This time, no Zealot run by. Young Yakov, he has bottom right, and he has top left as well. 2 hatcheries up and running. Zan has been struggling to maintain his own economy and his own army, and it's not going to happen. Not like this. As they move in, Cloak is activated. Do we have any Scourge remaining? No. So we're still waiting for extra Scourge. As we have 6 more Scourge on the way. And that is more than enough to take down the mothership. To take down the mothership, then it just comes down to the ground army. Again, there's not really much support here. We have some Storms, that is true, but there's not really much buffer for the High Templar. They're very vulnerable, very exposed. Oh, the splits! He splits, baby. Celeron on the right. Zan, he now sees a creep. He's now aware of bottom right, and he will collapse in. Yakov responding. Yakov, he will react, he will respond. Ooh. Storms A zone away. There's a lot of Storms. There's a lot of Storms available. Oh my god! Wings they run through the Storms. But some of the Head Templar do get caught out. Down to 1. 1 Templar left. Ooh. Yeah, the pilot gets thrown away. Scourge, they try to collapse in. They get shut down. But there's still plenty on the ground here. That was the final Storm. Hydras, they step forward. We also coming from behind the surround, baby. We're coming from behind. Catching at the Archon. Shields are triggered. These Hydras are going to be cleaned up. At the same time, Yaku coming in. Trying to at least... There we go. Scourge, they connect. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Young Yakov, he will tie things up 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Zaun, we mentioned earlier that he's one of the more inexperienced players here when it comes to StarCraft Evolution. Did open up Robo first into Disruptor Drop into Colossus, which is a bold move. As you saw here, trying to go Colossus and trying to go Skytoss in ZVP is very different in StarCraft Evolution. Because of the existence of the Scourge, you do need a very robust supportive army first before delving into these high-tech units. Otherwise, they get shut down real fast and real quick. And by opening up Robo first, you already open the door for Scourge tech to become available. Then as you're transitioning into Skytoss, I mean, again, the Scourge are already available there to shut that down. GG. GG, well played. Again, we did see some decent moments, of course, for Zaun. I would say the big moments were the Zealot run-bys. Zealot run-bys, Zealot counterattacks. We did see a lot of damage dealt, and a lot of chaos was ensuing, of course, but eventually Young Yakov did stabilize, and I could not say the same for Zaun. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're tied up 1-1, and now we'll see who takes the lead in this series, onside or Stowny Balls. Up next is going to be a ZVP. We're going to be jumping into Maru versus Shameless. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into Fighting Spirit. Here we go. Just catching up. 10% a dream, papi. Yeah, the Caribbean, the Caribbean. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Fighting Spirit, we have the Brood War Terran player representing onside. Again, the pressure's on. We'll see if he can bounce back for himself for his team. It is Maru. Can he take a lead? As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue host himself representing Stowny Balls. It is Shameless. Here we go. We're getting into game number 3 here again. We're tied up 1-1, but bearing in mind this is a best of 5. Best of 5, so it is first to 3 to claim the series. So far we have that back and forth. And welcome to Fighting Spirit. Fighting Spirit is a 4-player small map. You can spawn in bottom left, bottom right, top right, and top left as well. So 3 possible spawn locations. And from here, Shameless does go for the early scout. He's going to be checking top left. So scouting top left, looking for his opponent. Maru does open up with a CC first. Again, very common to go CC first, especially in regards to multi-spawn maps, as early rushes are very unorthodox or very rare. So it does open up CC first here. Shameless on the flip side. Once again, I would say, actually, when it comes to standing balls, I know I've been talking a lot about how, like, onside are very inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution. That is true. Maru is going for a 3-rack stim. Maru and ByuN were both taught by ByuN this build. So ByuN is, like, one of the best Terran players in StarCraft Evolution. Did tell them they're like, yo, how do we play all these matchups? Like, do we need, like, one build for each match? He's like, no, 3 racks. 3-rack stim every game. So, okay. Cool. So they of course have been taking notes from ByuN, but what I was going to get at is that Shameless, kind of like the onside boys, is also an experience when it comes to standing balls. When it comes to their time in StarCraft Evolution, I think of Yakov, I think of Gigi Machine, I think of Zardiant, I think of Milky Cow as well. Like a lot of the standing balls players, like they're very well versed in StarCraft Evolution. They play on a regular basis. I will say that's for most players, but not so much for Shameless. Shameless, he didn't really adopt, or he didn't really StarCraft Evolution didn't really enamor Shameless the same way that it did Gigi Machine and Young Yakov, for example. So I would say he's one of the more inexperienced players here, which it makes sense why he was fielded as an SC2 player, right? He's playing SC2 Protoss, not Broodwar Protoss, so it does make sense. Same thing with Zan. True. Remember, Zan, who's also fielded as an SC2 Protoss, just because of their inexperience as well. So we'll see how they compare. We'll see how they keep up. For now, we're building up our bio. Academy is now done. Stim is on the way. Just like in Ryung's game earlier in the series, Maru is going for his own Stim timing as well. So I should fix up the title. Beautiful. We are going to be opening up. From here, we do have our initial gates setting up as well. Blink is going to be on the way, so standard blink based opener here out of Shameless. We'll see if it goes 2-gate blink, 3-gate blink, or 4-gate blink stalker. Upon confirming the bio setup here, we should be having a stronger response. And it is 3 gates. So safe play here from Shameless. Recalls the stalkers back home. And we'll see if we can minimize losses. We'll see if he can. And Maru, he's looking. He's looking for his opponent. Does scan ahead of time. Unlike Ryung, Maru, he won't blindly show up at the wrong base. So he scans, confirms, now moves in. Shameless, he won't be able to engage with the army until it's already at this front door. There are 2 batteries ready, a force field as well. Maru, he sees the setup, backs off. Waiting for reinforcements behind this double factory as a follow-up this time, so it's a different reaction out of Maru. Remember, Ryung, he went for a factory into tank production into a starport follow-up into fast science vessels. Maru is going double factory instead, so a heavier factory setup. Different response. Ooh, 1 medic does get focused. There's the first stim. Yeah, base out the stim. 1 stalker does get picked off. Catching out a stalker. Shameless chasing down, and Shameless holds. And Shameless does hold. Ooh, even catching us some of the rally as well. And Maru checking for the 3rd. Ooh, that was Jesus. Yeah, Shameless, he blinked forward actually. He blinked in, gets punished for it. and Maru will scout the third base. Now, I don't know if you noticed something, but this is the thing that's most crazy to me about Fighting Spirit is this third base is so far away from the natural. It's insanely far away. It's very isolated and it's very difficult to defend. Trying to maintain your third and trying to maintain your fourth base on this map can be very difficult. It's similar to Blackrock in that sense, but also different. So Blackrock has very open and exposed third and fourth bases, and that makes them difficult to defend. Here, I would say the third and fourth base, remember, they're on the high ground. These are high ground bases, so, and they also have choke points and relatively smaller smaller ramps as well. So they're relatively defendable, but they're much more spread out. So if you're in position, you can hold on to them, but that's only if you're in position, if you're able to keep up with army rotations and keep up with army movements. Meanwhile, we did allude to this build in the ByuN series. ByuN didn't do it, but it is going to be 3x stim into mech. We're meching it up from here. As you can see, double armory. The academy. So double armory is going to be on the way for double mech upgrades. We're making that switch. Still making some marines and medics here initially, but we should eventually phase this out as we're going into spider mines and hyperflight rotors. Sorry, not and ion thrusters. That's it. Ion thrusters and spider mines, vulture speed, and of course vulture mines. And I believe, is this some optic flare? I haven't seen anyone research optic flare since they changed the art. Shout out to the SEVO team, by the way. They did create a bunch of custom art for all these upgrades. And this is a new one. Yep, optic flare. Okay. So for those who don't know what optic flare is, optic flare, think of like, if you know Dragon Ball, think of like solar flare, but for the medics. Think of they come in, they flashbang an opponent. The way that it works is they can target a unit, so they can flashbang it, and I believe it is a permanent debuff on the unit where the vision is reduced to 1. I think it's 1 or 0. I think it's 1. So basically, you just permanently blind a unit. It's crazy. And it's really good for like Colossus. You can optic flare Colossus. That can be really good. Tempest as well, of course, to reduce its vision. Bearing in mind that you can still rely on other units' vision to provide yourself vision to be able to attack with that unit, but on its own, like, its vision gets very, very heavily impaired. And it does have its place against Protoss. As I mentioned, it does have its place against Colossus, against Tempest, against some like key high value targets. But it's usually against observers. True, observers as well. As Maru does fan out on the right hand side. Gonna be harassing, and there's nothing in position. Ooh, yeah, Pro's gonna be going down. Shameless out of position, does go for the reactive warp, but despite that, Pro's still gonna be falling. At the same time, does push in towards the third base, and he's pushing into a minefield, but does have the observer in position. He does see everything. He does see the army. Despite that, this is a very heavily fortified position. We have tanks. And we have SimCity. Ooh, at the same time, Maru, he's distracted. Ooh, yeah, Maru, he was distracted. All 3 tanks go down. Ay, he was not paying attention. Yeah, Maru was pulled away. This position is breaking. Shout to that Zealot Rumba here, distracting Maru. And Seamus is breaking in. Yeah, Seamus is pushing in. The Archons, they barely don't quite get on top of the bio. They're still so close. Oh my god. Yeah, volley's going to be going up, down to 1 Archon, and Seamus is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. He's running out of reinforcements despite that. 14 SCV kills. Crazy damage. Yeah, it cripples the economy. More Zealots are going to be rallying in. Observer pushing forward. Oof. We did see the optic. There it is. We did see the optic flare here. On, we have a backup observer though. No, never mind. Hey, there we go. Does catch both observers. I mean, despite that, the observer does still try to move in. There we go. Gets caught out. You can actually see as I switch to the vision, you can see the observer sees nothing back. I believe it has to be on top of the mine to detect the mine. Meanwhile, we have our Skytoss transition. Okay. Shameless is taking map control, right? You can see here, 3rd base, 4th base, 5th base on the way. Shameless is crippling the economy and his mass expanding. Shameless, he's just out scaling Maru. Right now, the soup is lying too. The supply is quite close, but that's only until this economy kicks in. So given time, Shameless will be able to max out. At the same time, he rotates over, running into a brick wall. Blinks in. Gets the tank. Yeah, tank goes down, but the wall is still solid. That's a hefty wall back. Ooh. The soldiers are thrown away. Now, is there a world where Maru can break out and counterattack before Skytoss hits the field? Well, he's going for it. There you go. Vultures, they do break out. They got a job to do. They got a lot of work to do here. They break out across the map. They get spotted by the Prism. Ooh, Prism does spot this. Shameless back at home. He's racing back. There's a recall. He recalls to his third. Maru, he does hit the fourth. Pro's going to be going down, and there is a reactive warp in here, but only 2 Stalkers. A lot of workers are going to fall. Heavy losses here for Shameless. Very nice run by. Nice damage. Maru's setting up his mines. He will lose all these vultures, but did a lot of damage. Very nice. This was worth it. This was worth it. Getting up to 16 probe kills. 16 probes, crippling the economy. Back at home, we do have Maru. He is trying to still build up his mech army. It's still a ways away. Going into Goliaths, going into science vessels. Goliath upgrade's going to be on the way as well. Oh. Oh. Oof. Spider-Man connects. Cleans up part of the minefield. Now, when it comes to Skytoss, Shameless, he's actually not switching into Skytoss. We have a mothership on the way. There is a Stargate, but only one Stargate. Like, there's no big Skytoss transition. Nothing like that. Shameless going for the double jump, running into a wall of turrets. And will not make it through. He's ready this time. There's more of an opening here, potentially. See if we can pull our weave through the bases. As Maru now is working on a 4th expansion. Uh-oh, this is a big power spike for Maru, getting his 4th base up and running. Shameless is about to max out. And we'll see how the armies engage. As Maru is moving in. He's pushing through this choke point. Get a very thin alleyway to move in. There's no flanking potential either. True. Cannot be flanked. Shameless, does he backstab instead? What's the plan? What are we going to do? This base is going to go down, and Shameless, do we try to protect the base or go for the counterattack? We recall. Oh, where we... What? Oh my god, okay, never mind. Recalls on the army, shout to the mothership. Ay, and with that, Shameless will completely shut this down. I was thinking, like, do we go head on? Do we flank? Do we counterattack? There was another option, Pappy. It was recall. Recall on top of the mech army, and with that, Maru will lose everything. Maru, he plummets in supply, so it's 3 tanks on the high ground. Very nice move here from Shameless. The recall, Pappy. Pushing up this ramp is still going to be difficult, but we can just avoid it. Yeah, we can just rotate around. Shameless can just rotate around instead. Maru trying to reposition, trying to keep up. Shameless moving in. He's moving in, catching out a tank. Gets 1, gets 2. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks falling. Immortals, they can tank those shots. Catching out 3, 4, 5 tanks going down. Heavy losses here for Maru. And this 4th base that we were raising, now it's under fire. And now it's Maru pushing up a rim instead. Oh my god. Mothership does go down. Yo, we got the lockdowns though. Yeah, lockdowns to those immortals. Ghosts are coming in. You can see them missing. As they try to focus on those immortals, and then when you get into the middle line, Tennessee is going to be going down. Once again, nice lockdowns here on the immortals. You can see the duration as well. Lockdown lasts a long time. They're locked down, bad. Oof. Again, think of lockdown like a difference matrix, except even better. As units cannot even move. They cannot even move. Zell reinforcements are coming from behind, collapsing on ghosts and tanks. Much more efficient trade here for Shameless. Oh my god, the immortal survives. The immortal's immortal. Very nice trades here. Cleans up every single ghost. Heavy losses for Maru. That was how many? That was 6 ghosts going down. All the tanks, of course. 19 SCVs. And Shameless has almost every other expansion. Oh boy. There's still the center base. True. Center expansion is still yet to be taken. Same with that center left as well. So 2 bases still yet to be taken. Here we go. Seamus is moving in. Tells what to move in. Still just, I mean, there's no reason, there's no pressure on Shameless. He can just chill. He can just chill, max out. At the same time, Maru does break out with some of these vultures. Pushing into the mineral lines. He does move in. Probe's going to be going down. At the same time, we have some vulture harassing here on the right-hand side. Shameless trying to be active here. That is going to be 12 probe kills, though. That's a lot of workers going down. Bleeding out little workers. Observer does clear out the minefield. Yeah, it clears out the field. 20 probe kills as vultures. They also get into bottom right. They're still not done. This is getting out of hand. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. 24 probe kills. That's crazy. 26 probes going to be going down. Heavy losses there for Shameless, but he's maxed out. And now you could argue he's becoming super maxed. I mean, he still has 80 probes, soon to be 86. So still 86 workers. Shameless maxed out. We got to make use of this army. Do we have extra Stargates yet? No. I would, at this one, I would want to see like a second, third Stargate. Especially now that Shameless is maxed. Are you pushing to the center? Maru's still trying to set up. It's very open here in between the 3rd and 4th base. And actually, now we do see Shameless abusing how spread out Maru is. He does abuse that. Oh my god, heavy tank shots on the Stalkers. Zealots, they do get into the mineral line. A better run by here from Shameless. At the same time, Vultures are getting in once again, but this time it should be a one-way trip. Oh, lack of control. Yeah, we do get the recall. Recalls into the expansion. The 4th base once again going to be going down. And Shameless will kill 30 SCVs. Oh my god. And crazy damage once again. Another recall. Vultures that were cleaned up. Base goes down. Maru will lose the mineral line here on the top left as well. In the center left. Does EMP. Yeah, it does end the EMP here, but again, these are some rough losses here for Maru. Shameless, he also plummets in supply, but he trades army. He still maintains the economy. Still 78 probes. Still 78 workers. Maru, he's pushing in. That's a lot of tanks. It's a lot of tanks back. EMPs, they do connect. And I see EMPs. So as they blink in, they punish the science vessels. Catching out 2. Maru pushing bottom right. Now, what's scary about what's happening bottom right is that if Maru maintains, if he takes over these bases, he can take them himself. Right? That's what's important. They can soon become Maru's bases. Locks down the army. Nice pickups out of Maru. Oh, and Shameless. I was curious. Where's the saturation? Shameless just lost 21 probes in a base. He's heavily oversaturated here on the top side. No saturation center left. Now rallying over. Maru's moving in. And this is important. Maru, he ignores bottom right. He ignores bottom right. Keeps on going. And Shameless, he's broke. The non-stop harass at Maru's been working. Shameless, he has no money. Yeah, no money left. Oh my god, running through a minefield. Losing too much. And Maru's done it. He's done it. GG gets called. Nothing left for Shameless. He is broke. He's out of money. And Maru takes the lead for onside. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does take a lead here. Get a very intense back and forth. Sheamus had a very hard time against the Vulture run bys. We saw so many Vulture counterattacks out of Maru, getting so many probes throughout the entire game. I want to say over 60 workers went down just from Vulture counterattacks, even more than that even. And again, Sheamus, even though he was taking, I would say, better fights, he was taking better fights, better engagements, really nice recalls as well. He didn't really have the bank to sustain it because he kept bleeding out his economy. He had bleeding out workers. His economy was not ideal. He was very spread thin. He had limited reinforcements or limited site defense back at home as well. I want to say there was like 1 cannon per base, but that was nowhere near enough. And with that, GG well played. With that, Sheamus was torn apart, and Maru does put a point on the board for onside. GG. I think for the first time as well. I think that Maru, he struggled last week, if I recall correctly, so big win here for Maru, and we'll see if ByuN can close it out. Oh boy. As we're getting ready for game number 4 here. Ooh, it's gonna be an interesting one, because up next we have potentially the final game of the series. We're on match point. We are on match point. We're gonna be getting into our TBT. Maru, sorry, getting into a TBT. My apologies, sorry, I thought it was going to be ByuN. My apologies, it's going to be Maru once again. Okay, Maru, he's going to be fielded for a second time. Oh, and I'm getting some flashbacks here. So Maru, he did struggle previously, in reference to, wait, am I thinking of the right TBT? Last week there was a TBT, there was, no, sorry, I'm thinking of ByuN. Sorry, the other one. The other Korean Terran. I was thinking of ByuN against Zodiant. The TBT where Zodiant sniped ByuN in the ace match against Shopify. True, that's what I was thinking of. So we'll see if Maru we'll see how he handles himself in TBT. There is an advantage of this being week 2. Week 1, we saw a lot of TBTs, and we saw the rise and prevalence of what? Mass Wraith. Mass Wraith in TBT was crazy. We'll get into it, but it's a way to secure map control, to secure air control specifically, but also to bully the ground army and to make use of speed, which is very abnormal when it comes to mech compositions. We'll get into it. As we are loading into washouts, as we are loading into game number 4. But yeah, the TBTs were crazy last week. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom-hand corner of Washout, we have the SC2 Terran player. True, the SC2 Terran himself representing onside, it is Maru. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Terran. The Brood War Terran player representing Stony Balls, it is Milky Cow. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our game. We're jumping into match point. Again, Maru needs to win 1 game here to claim the series for onside. Milky Cow has to win here and now to force the ace match. And welcome to Washout. Welcome to Washout. Now, once again, coming into our game here, coming into some of the TBT meta. In SC2 TBT, it is very common to go double Stargate, to go for a 2-port Viking, for example. Like 2-port 2-base all-ins have been very trendy, especially in the current meta. But going into Mass Viking, going into air control is very common in TBT. Going into double Starport Mass Wraith is a way to gain air control, is to fight back against the Vikings, but also to actually have some pretty threatening anti-ground attack. And more importantly, because of Cloak, you have so much more micro potential. The Wraith is so fast. It's so much faster than the Vikings. So Wraiths, we saw them utilized in such a way where you build up a massive pack of Wraiths. You can micro in, micro out, you can catch your opponent being inattentive, cloak, snipe some key Vikings, gain air control, then dominate the ground as well. It was some crazy TBTs last week. We'll see if we get there here as well. We did notice a lot of the SC2 Terran players struggle against Mass Wraith. And we're struggling. For now, it is going to be a Rax in the factory into CC on the low ground. Milky Cow are going to be able to set up a all early on. This is a little bit risky here, getting your racks in your factory production buildings as a part of the wall in the low ground at the natural. This does mean that if this area were to ever be contested by tank lines and by siege positions, then the production is going to be much more exposed than normally. Normally your production is safer in the main, here much more exposed. So there's a give and take here. The plus side is that you're able to get a wall off very early on. True, but again, your production is more vulnerable. So we have that give and take. Meanwhile, big shout out to Luis, GGG. God, Papi God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome to the Crank Gathers. Crank Gathers Season 4. Welcome to the group stage. We are covering Onside versus Valuables, and we are currently mid-series. Maru is on match point. Onside is on match point, and Maru, he is here to try to claim the series, but again, we'll see. I mean, Milky Cow, he is a lot more well versed in this matchup in StarCraft Evolution, and we'll see if he can bring Maru down. For now, there it is, Wraiths. We spoke about this earlier, but again, we've seen some Wraith heavy play in TVT, and we're getting there once again. Now, typically we do see like a second starport to go into a control tower, to get into cloak, to go into double starport, double wraith production. There it is. Second starport, so this is very meta. This is very, very meta here, going double starport, going mass wraith. Meanwhile, we do see Maru going for his own 1-1-1. Now, how do you counter this sort of style? Well, you have to be very attentive, you have to be very fast, you have to be able to react very quickly, of course. Trying to fight for air control with purely Viking can be difficult. Having ground supportive units, and also, of course, having Ravens alongside your Vikings is crucial as well, to make sure that you have detection. Just because, again, cloak can be abused quite hard. Oh. As the first Wraith rallies in, oh my god. It takes some hits already. The Milky Cow not paying attention. No, does not pay attention here. The first Wraith does go down, distracted back at home. We did have a Reaper. Yeah, Reaper got into the mineral line. Milky Cow, he was not paying attention. And that is a rough start. Checking the vision here, Maru, he did scout the second starport. Maru knows. Yeah, Maru, he knows. He's aware. Likewise, no control tower. No cloak. Milky Cow rallying already across the map, moving out with his first two tanks. Risky. Very risky here. But he is moving out. He's reinforcing. Siege mode is not yet researched. Milky Cow moving in. Maru setting up in the main. He's setting up in the main base. Tanks stay within range of the reactor. Oh, massive shots! Yeah, massive tank shots here. He baits the Cyclone in. And Milky Cow, he baits in Maru. Takes down the reactor. Within range of the Rex. Getting within range of the factory. He's gonna get a hand. You can see a mischance here. You can see the miss icon float over the unit name whenever it doesn't quite land a shot. Again, as we're attacking up into high ground. So bear that in mind. That may factor in when Maru tries to break out. Ooh, very nice scan, catching out one of the Wraiths. And now we can in. Ooh, the unsiege. Very unfortunate here. Does unsiege at the wrong moment. Army collapsing in. The lock-ons here are brutal, catching out one, and catching out one of the tanks. The other gets disabled. But Maru, he barely doesn't have enough. Barely not. He's holding on to one more disable there. Oof. He's holding on to one more. Here's trying to bait out a tank shot. Vikings, they move in. They bully the Wraiths. Third tank pushing forward. Ooh, within range of the tank though. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Milky Cow. And behind this, getting his third. His third CC's on location. Border shots get thrown down. Gets one, gets two tanks. Very nice. Yeah, 2-3 tanks go down. Heavy losses for Milky Cow, and Maru breaks out. Maru, he breaks out. He takes down the Wraith. He takes down all three tanks as well, getting a fourth even. And this third base is in trouble. The third C is going to be in trouble here. Back at home, we got one tank to defend. We got one Wraith as well. Maru's coming. He's got a couple of boys here to repair. And Milky Cow is going to try to hold on to his natural. I'm curious to see if Maru does push towards the third or the natural. Like, what do we go for? How much do we want? Tank volley in the Cyclone. And we're settling for the third. Okay, so Maru's playing safe. He's playing it safe. Ooh. Catching out one of the Wraiths. As I mentioned before, there is no cloak. Dives in. Gets one Viking. Gets a Viking. Ooh, Wraith falls. Sorry, I was going to say Raven. Yeah, Raven doesn't get sniped. Down to one. Down to one Raven again. Maru has to be careful here with that Raven. There are 7 Wraiths in total. They do get outranged by the Viking. True. So Vikings, they shoot first. I mean, this is typically why you need Cloak. Cloak is a really good way to close that distance and to get onto the Vikings. I mean, it's I guess not really applicable here because it's a Raven. True. As Maru, he's slowly gaining more ground. Maintaining air control. Behind this, going for a second starport into Mass Viking. Rebuilding his Raven. And he's just chasing. Oh my god. We'll close that cap though. Nice armor shred. Armor shred goes off. Still quite close. Some Vikings, they will overwhelm. Yeah, they overwhelm. The Master Repair is not going to be good enough here, and every Wraith goes down. Massive pickups here. And Maru, he's done it. He breaks the main army, cleans up all the Wraiths, and the tanks are pushing forward. GG gets called, and Maru, he will claim the series 3-1, winning it all for onside. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very aggressive variation here from Milky Cow, moving across the map so quickly with the first 2 Wraiths, with the first tank as well. If you remember, did lose that first Wraith initially by overextending, so a little bit shaky when it came to the execution, but hyper aggression there from Milky Cow. Unfortunately, as you saw, once Maru was able to break out, once he was able to catch out, I mean, there were a couple of key moments with lock-on specifically, with Maru, he caught a couple of Wraiths, he caught a couple of tanks as well, which should not have been happening. Eventually was able to break out, and once that occurred, there was nothing left. It was like very almost all in there for Milky Cow because he kept rallying everything across the map. Once he lost that army, there was nothing left to defend. GG. GG, well played, but again, a much more aggressive variation, a much more aggressive build here from Milky Cow than we're used to seeing from Brood War Terran players. Definitely has a little potential, was applying a lot of pressure, but Maru, grace under pressure. Grace under pressure, kept a cool, calm, and collected head and shut him down. GG. GG, well played. With that, we can catch up on the series overall here. As you can see, we had onside on the left, we had Stanley Balls on the right. It was a bit of a back and forth here. ByuN did kick things off with a win against GG Machine. If you recall, I want to say that GG Machine had a really it was a shaky game there. If you remember, he decided to delay his lair, delay bailing speed. He got punished for it, and ByuN snowballed out of control. It was a crazy dynamic. We had Zaun versus Yang Yakov. Yang Yakov looking very comfortable against Zaun, and Maru able to get 2 wins in a row versus Shameless and Milky Cow. Honestly though, I can see Shameless winning against Maru. Like, that was a much more dynamic and closer game. Went all the way to the late game, of course, with maxed out armies. Shameless just had a really hard time defending against the Vulture Harass. The Vulture Harass was just getting out of hand and getting out of control. It was punishing Shameless despite having better fights. Like, I was again very impressed by Shameless's engagements, but it was the defense that was lacking for Shameless. For sure. GG. GG, well played, and with that, onside, they will claim the series 3-1, taking down Stanley Balls. Meanwhile, a big shout out to C Grail in the chat. God, thank you so much for subscribing for 41 months more StarCraft. We got you, Pappy, we got you, always. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for the support. We appreciate it. We do appreciate it. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have a next series. Remember, we have 3 best of 5s ready for you tonight. First one is in the books. We'll be back soon with our next series. It's going to be Stanley Balls up against Not Onside. Stanley Balls up against, if we lose, it's Crank's fault. And we're here to find out, is it Crank's fault this week? Is it his fault? Always. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the CranKy. CranKy Season 4, Group A, Week number 2. Welcome. We are mid-series, or mid-broadcast, I should say. We just wrapped up with Onside versus Downy Balls, and now we've returned with our next series of the broadcast, another best-of-5 team league match between Downy Balls, and if we lose, it's Crank's fault. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. For those that are just now tuning in here, this is, of course, a team league featuring StarCraft Evolution, not StarCraft 2. StarCraft Evolution is a mod that does pit together Brood War versus SC2 in a best-of-5 format here for this event. And again, it's always Brood War versus SC2. That's what the mod is balanced for. The mod is not balanced for Brood War versus Brood War. Bear that in mind. Is balanced for the other kind of opposing matches in mind, and we're getting ready for this best-of-5. This is also, of course, a pro league style format where teams, or sorry, we have a best-of-5 constructed by a bunch of best-of-1s teams. They do field players and they do reveal lineups days ahead of time, so then teams have time and players have time to prepare for their upcoming matches. Let's go. So we have that preparation-based format as we are switching our scenes over and catching up on our upcoming series. Let's go. So, for those that are unaware, if we lose, it's Crank's fault is a pretty hefty team. It is basically X-Jinair plus Percival. So, Rogue, SOS, Creator, and Trap. They've all joined forces here. Instead of having Cure and Maru to fully round off that Jinair lineup, they have Percival instead. Cure is on Team Liquid, Maru's on Onside. Percival did join to give some Terran support for the team instead. So X-Jinair plus Percival minus Cure and minus Maru, and we'll see how they compare here. I mean, again, they have a pretty hefty lineup, and they're going to be going up against Downy Balls. First, we have Percival versus Milky Cow in another TVT. Again, we've been casting a lot of TVTs in StarCraft Evolution last week and this week as well. Followed by another mirror matchup, Rogue versus Gigi Machine in a ZVZ, followed by SOS versus Young Yakov in a PVZ, and then Creator versus Shameless in a PvP. A bunch of mirror matchups here. TVT, ZVZ, PvP. Now, what is most fun about StarCraft Evolution is that there are mirror matchups in name only. The Brutal Protoss race plays differently to the SC2 Protoss, same with Zerg and same with Terran as well. Like the races, they interact very, very differently from each other. Different dynamics, different approaches, different compositions, different styles. We saw some of that last game, of course, with the mass race style from Milky Cow trying to catch out Maru. Didn't quite work out there. We'll see if he does embrace that mass race style here once again against Percival. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Fear and Faith. We're jumping into Game 1, jumping into our fresh series. Jinair Green Wings of Liberty. Oh no. Again, it's a very, very, I guess, old school, but also in their own way, a very like legendary team, right? Jinair, if you remember, they were the last Kespa team to leave. They hung on for quite some time after Kespa did kind of abandon StarCraft, to the point where they even sponsored Spot TV Star League, and they even sponsored SSL as well. So Jinair, they dedicated a lot. They did a lot for StarCraft, but here we go. We're getting into our fresh series, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the Red Terran player. The Red Terran player himself representing team. If we lose, it's Crank's fault. It is Percival. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Blue Terran, the Brood War Terran representing Downy Balls. It is Milky Cow. So let us go as we are jumping into our fresh series, and welcome to Fear and/or Faith. Fear and Faith does have a unique aspect, of course, unique feature, 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in top right, top left, bottom left, and bottom right as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. Now, because we're loading into StarCraft Evolution, I don't know if you can see here, I'm specifically showing you the player POV. There is a marker top left and bottom right here on the minimap, not top right. So bottom right and top left. For Percival, likewise, Milky Cow, he also has a marker on the minimap as well, where it does basically erase top left. So in StarCraft Evolution, whenever you spawn into a 4-player spawn map, you will get notifications telling you 2 possible spawn locations and erasing one of the options. It does reduce some of the RNG factor, and it does make it easier to know where your opponent has spawned. This is unique to StarCraft Evolution. It's kind of their answer to the RNG nature of 4-player spawn maps, is that it just takes away one of the spawn options. It doesn't mean that you can't spawn there, but once you load into the game, like, you're just notified that they're not there. So both players, they are aware, and with that, we do see Milky how he does scout at Percival here bottom left. Does find him, and Percival, he will eventually find Milky how bottom right as well. They just get each other. Now, just like last game, same build. Rax into factory, into starport, into early race production, I would imagine. Now, Percival has a bit of an advantage here because I'm sure he was watching the Maru series. Remember, the Maru series was the onside versus sound animals was played first. This is now played afterwards, so I'm sure that Percival was watching, I'm sure he was paying attention, and I'm sure he's now recognizing what Milky Cow is doing. Sure, he does recognize. There's that starport on the low grounds. Again, same build, we're setting up for a mass wraith. And so far, Percival, he's setting up in the main, going for Rax into reactor into factory. From here, we can attempt an add-on swap. Yep, there we go. And we'll see how Percival will make his approach. If you recall, Maru, he did open up early and safety Cyclone. So with the early Cyclones, he was able to catch out the first Wraith, able to catch out the first tank as well, muster up a defense while he buys time for his own defensive tank and Vikings and Raven production. We'll see if Percival tries to be more proactive and goes into faster Vikings, for example. As the first Vulture does pick up an SCV and a Marine. Uh-oh. There's nothing to defend. Yeah, this the first Vulture getting three. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 SCV kills. Very nice damage here from Milky Cow, bullying the other game units. Ooh, as the SCVs, they do actually shut down the Vulture. Let's go. Shout out to the SCVs. Yeah, shout out to the SCVs. Behind this Wraiths are amassing. As you can see, we already have a second starport making 2 Wraiths at a time. So mass Wraith out of Milky Cow, just like last time. It's the same build. Again, it's just same build. Just like against Maru. Meanwhile, Percival, he does have the first Cyclone. He's massing up Marines and going into the tanks. So he only has 1 Cyclone. If you remember, Maru, he built up to 2. I want to say 2, maybe 3, but at least 2 Cyclones. Here, Percival switching to an earlier tank. Interesting choice. And he's hoping to catch the first Wraith. Speaking of, Wraiths are moving out. Do 3 Wraiths, do they 2-shot a Cyclone? Like, I know that they can burst one down quite quickly. If they get close enough, of course. This Raven is also very far forward. Milky Cow, the spotter Rax does spot the Raven. Yeah, Milky Cow, he wants that Raven. He wants it. And now moving in. Cyclone's distracted. Oh, I should be diving the Cyclone first. And not quite 2-shot, 3-shot. Barely a 3-shot there. Weren't quite catch the Ravens with that case of the Cyclone. 1, 2, 3 SCV kills. Nice damage. And nice damage so far. Getting up to 4 SCVs. Getting up to 5. Oh my god. Yeah, 5, 6 SCVs going to be going down. It's already getting out of hand. It's getting a hand, getting out of control. Marines, they cannot keep up. Not like this. Oof. And catching another Marine. And they say rotate. Yeah, they rotate to the low ground as well, catching up more SCVs, even getting a tank as well. Oh my god, they can 3-shot. Yeah, tank goes down, 7 SCV kills. We can see Milky Cow moving in, keeping up the pressure, keeping up the momentum. And there's no energy. Yeah, there's no energy, there's no auto turrets either. Oof. Messy defense here from Percival is being torn apart. He's being torn apart. And unlike against Maru, Milky Cow, he now can just have his way with his Terran opponent. Just camping the production. Came with the starport. Going for the reactor. Ooh, almost gets the Viking. Almost. Pulls back. Oh, miss rally out of Milky Cow. It's gotta be careful. Does miss rally. Moving in. Does rotate in once again, catching out more CVs. Oh my god. Catching out more workers. Pulling back, rotating over towards that natural. Rotate over, getting one more Raven. Oh. And I'll snipe a Raven. I'll snipe a Raven, zoning him away. Rotating back in. Oh. Nice use of cloak this time. And while this is happening, third CC, right? Third CC is on the way for Milky Cow. He's building up more tanks, getting into cloak, of course, getting into triple wraith production. Does barely avoid that scan. Back into the main. No turrets. Yeah, no safety turrets. Has to be careful though. Getting caught out. Oh, he's trapped. Yeah, losing 1, 2, 3, 4 heavy losses here on the race. Oh my god. Losing everything. Every wraith goes down. So big overextension there from Milky Cow. And is that it? I mean, again, like he was doing so well up until this point, but this is so heavily reliant on building up that wraith count. Without the wraiths, there's nothing. Oh no. Yeah, Vikings, they land, they catch out 2 more tanks. Wraiths, they move in. They punish the Raven at least, but they get punished themselves. Oof. Barely getting out of range here at the scan. Oh no! Goes back in. Get back within range. Oh, scan runs out. Again, scans are limited. Bear that in mind. Yeah, they're very limited here as there's only 2 CCs. No more scans. Personal, he has to back off. Wow, he has to back off. He has to retreat. Free damage to the wraiths. Free damage. Again, free damage so far. Again, we're just getting rowdy. We're getting rowdy here as Milky Cow, he still has the better economy. We can see as Percival gets across the map. Will distract, will harass. He's slowly building up his tank count, building up his Vikings. Still yet to claim a 3rd base, but he's getting there eventually. Jesus. 6 SCVs. Yeah, 6 workers going down. Back at home, Racer get caught out. Percival, he is holding. He's building up. And the issue that I have here is that Milky Cow, this style of going Master Wraith is very momentum based. Very momentum based. Like you need to keep the pressure up, like killing SCVs, sniping Ravens, sniping Vikings. Milky Cow has lost that momentum. He's lost map control, he lost momentum. He lost that earlier when he got caught out, when he overextended. So this is not clear cut, not anymore. Oof. As a race, they do try to fight head on. Do we have that Raven? Percival pulling away, Milky Cow getting a 4th base on location. Getting 4th and getting a ninja expansion as well. Este Milky Cow is an animal. Going for more bases. Percival still setting up. Let's go researching spider mines. We see Milky Cow taking up as well into a more robust mech army. Still very spread thin. Very spread thin. But he's at least containing. And Percival busy. Catching at a turret, going for the add-ons, going for the upgrades, going for the production. Again, these production buildings are exposed. I need to pull back. Oh, diving on the Raven. Raven goes down. Nice snipe. And nice snipe. Ooh, there's the backup Raven though. The backup Raven moves in. Shout to the turret as well, providing vision. Providing detection. Do have attempted harass.
Upgrade complete.
Oh, the Raven getting a little bit bold here, but does catch out all the rates once again. Yeah, it was this time Milky who was late to react, late to respond. Losing his wraiths. It does lose them. From here, Percival moving in. Going for some harass. Oh. Catching out 1, catching out 2, catching out 3 more wraiths. Yeah, 3, 4, almost 5 wraiths going to be going down. Jesus. Almost. Yeah, he needs to try to bait the army into the scan. We got 1 more scan, catching out 2 more wraiths. At the same time, Percival does break out. He's breaking out, pushing into the base, and there's nothing to defend. As I mentioned before, like how momentum-based this is, like Milky, he has very little to defend back at home. And these bases are exposed, SCVs are going down, heavy losses for Milky, losses he cannot afford. Not like this. Boys are being pulled into the Marines, trying to force friendly fire. Tanks, they move in. And Milky, he will defend, but not without losing 22 workers. Some rough losses there for Milky Cow. As Vikings, they catch out another wraith. Percival will come across another expansion. It is exposed. We can land. Yeah, the Vikings land. More SCVs going to be going down. Tanks are trying to respond. The SCVs do actually escape, though. Yeah, they do get away. There's no Goliaths. Nothing shoots up. And nothing shoots up here. At least top left is uncontested. Back to mining center right or top right. Percival jumping in. Goliath production has begun, and now we just came to production. And we're camping the factories. We'll be camping. Race they move in. Do we have a scan? Ooh, not quite. Vikings, they move into support. Yeah, Vikings, they move in. Ooh, we have reinforcements rallying into a siege line. Messy rally out of Percival. Yeah, we're getting messy. Race, they go for the dive. Oh, not quite able to, though. Every wraith goes down. And tanks, they barely do maintain that map control, that ramp control. Control the ramp. Tank goes down. And Milky, he'll eventually fight for his main, but again, he's still losing so much here. Losing a factory, 11 SCVs. Drop play continues. Again, top right is exposed. So is top left, if Percival was aware. Not quite. Let's give it a see. We're getting rowdy, pappy. Drop comes in. Tar's not enough. Yeah, the tar's not good enough. Oof. As we deny more mining. More reinforcements on the way. The CC will be denied. Might even go down. Oh. And will. Yeah, will go down as well. Massive pickoff. Milky even getting supply blocked after losing the CC. Yeah, it does get supply blocked. Percival is pulling back. Okay, pulls back around. And Percival, he does scout top right just in case. He's yet to check top left. I mean, thankfully it's not fully saturated, right? It's not full saturation, so not the most impactful of bases, but I mean, still doing well here. And Vultures are going for the counterattack at the same time. Percival, he still will not scout. No. Still doesn't know, baby. These Vultures are going to get out of hand. 8 SCVs already going down, getting up to 10. 10 SCV kills. Percival moving in. He has a hefty army. A hefty army, pappy. Catching out 2 more tanks. Armor shred on the main army. Massive stable as well. Tanks are going down. And now we commit. Now we just commit in. There's a scan just in case. Takes out all the wraiths. Percival forcing his way forward. At the same time, we're going to be losing an entire mineral line. 24 SCVs. Oh my god. Just a handful of vultures. No, no. Not again, Pappy. I'm getting some shameless flashbacks. True. Again, Vulture Harass is so annoying to deal with. It's so annoying, boys are being pulled. Vikings, they land. Yeah, they land, they buffer. Gee, that's still a lot of tanks, though. And Milky Eye is holding. Wow, Milky Eye does hold on. He breaks out of his natural. Pushing. Meanwhile, Percival now he's out top left. Now he's aware. Now he knows. The entire time. Oh, and some messy control here. Percival bleeding out Vikings. Vikings going down. Ravens going down. Expensive losses here for Percival. Trying to maintain the high ground. At this point, Milky Eye, he's kind of done with the race. He's still making 2 at a time. Still mixing them in. And it does mix them in. Again, a much heavier tank count as well. Percival, he's just rallying, trickling in with his fire. Oh. Barely holding. And barely try to hold on. Nice stim. Gets one more tank. Oh my god, the Goliath. Sorry, the Valkyries. Just the one. Just one rallies in. Again, both players just rallying into their deaths here, but we can see the Mass Goliath should be enough. Yeah, should be enough. So we have our Goliath reinforcements. Milky Eye maintaining that stronger army, pushing forward. Retakes top right. Getting another expansion. Is this what Percival just lands the CC and morphs into planetary? Is that what's... Is that gonna happen? Morph it in, Babby. Morph it in. The planetary. There it is! Planetary is morphing in! It's happening. Ah, no. At the same time, we're going for a bit of a doom drop. Uh-oh. Milky Eye rotating to the top side as well. Percival doesn't really have much to defend. Dropping into the main. Percival's in trouble. Oh, that's a big reaction there. That's a big response. So now some liberation. And Liberators have arrived. Trying to go Lib Tank Viking. Goliath save World in top left. These races are still a problem. Again, they force out so many scans throughout the course of the game. It's insane. Just how many scans at the same time. Looters, they try to catch up the main army. Oh. Sieging up. Catching out 2 tanks. Another 2 should go down here. Yeah, Marauder Sims in. Marauder Sims in. Planetary. Oh, let's go. The Planetary has 19 kills. Let's go. The Planetary finished. Kills the mineral line. Este Planetary. I'm still getting messy. And so you're messy. Race, they move in. Clean up the army. You do need another scan. Raven has arrived. Oof. Sniping the science vessel. I will say that Percival, he has still been able to maintain his Viking count. So as his Viking, so as his air control. Has to be careful. Planetary will kill the CC. Will kill the command center. Oh. And at this point, we are actually cutting the map in half. Oh no, we're going to be here for a while. The map has been cut in half. We still have these top center bases and southern center bases, which are much more exposed, which have yet to be taken. But otherwise, base count is now even. Now let's go to the 21-minute Marauder drop. Let's go. Again, Milky Eye's army much more immobile. Denying more mining at the same time. Oof. Vultures, they do rally in, but they run into the planetary. Let's go. The planetary shuts down most of the vultures, but not quite the final one. Yeah, one vulture gets in. Oh, tank is on A move. Stuck in the refinery. We did see a big reaction to the northern harass, and we do see Percival moving in. He's moving into the main. As Milka responds to the northern threats, moves into the main base. Ooh, I want to say that was a spider mine. That was a lot of damage. Jesus. Yeah, run into a spider mine. Does get on top of the star pool. Those are some heavy losses there for Percival. Jesus. And once again, race, they do force the army back. Force them back. Percival force the lift. Force the pull out. Nice armor shred. The Liberators have arrived. We have the reinforcements. This is a very Goliath-heavy army. Very heavy Goliath. This time spider mines that won't connect. There's only one tank behind this. Only one tank. The bio army stims through. And not enough tanks. Not enough tanks. Not enough splash damage. The bio army can just stim and win. Goliaths, they cannot hold their own. Not like this. We need tanks. We need those tanks. We're jumping into the natural. The Liberators decided to bully back the ground army. And how many races do we really have left? 6. Okay, 6 races left. We have to fight for air control. Massive damage here on the Goliaths. They try to rotate in. They get caught out. Oof. Barely gets away. Ray pulls out. Shout to the Valkyries. Oh, the splash damage. Jesus. You can see just a couple of Valkyrie shots. And the Vikings get shut down. Valkyries, they're crazy, pappy. Oh, with that, just one Viking left. Oof. The race, they're holding on. Takes down both Vikings. Oh my god. And Percival is so close to breaking the main. He's so close to getting on top of the production. One of the Libs does overextend. And Liberator does push too far forward, catching at 1, 2, 3, almost up to 4 Liberators. And Percival did overextend. Going to be forced back. And these are some rough losses here. Percival, he lost all the Vikings, he lost all the Ravens, he lost almost all the Liberators as well. Some heavy losses there for Percival. And again, he barely did not get into the main, did not get on top of the production. At this point, though, a bunch of the production is here. Yeah, it's at the 3rd location instead. And now being rebuilt in the top right base as well. So the main base is very bare bones at this point. Very bare bones. I think that's only where the starports are. Yes. Okay. Which is important, for sure. All the starports are still in the main. Meanwhile, double drop here into the mineral line. Decent damage. Will be cleaned up. It's going to be one way. At the same time, that one vulture. I like how we rebuilt a second planetary. It's still not within range, by the way. A nice round. Nice round. Just like it's thrown away. He does commit in. He's committing in. Now he has a robust army. Build up a siege line. Has more rates as well. There's not enough Vikings here. Yeah, we're throwing down order turrets in a panic. They hold their own. Turrets, they do hold their own. Oof. But these are some rough losses here for Percival. Likewise, running into more tanks. Boys being pulled. The boys, they defend. And again, it feels like Percival is bleeding out too much. He's bleeding out far too much at this point. Milkout is about to max out. 16 SCV kills. Catching up most of the high-tech units. That's messy play from Percival. He's trying to switch into Mass Raven, actually. Going for the Mass Raven switch. We'll see how well this works. Bearing in mind we do have a Goliath Wraith heavy army. Do we have any Valkyries left? No. 0 Valkyries would be ideal. No Valkyries from Milky Cow. So pushing top left, ignores the army, goes to the mineral line. The Vulture harass, not again. It does hit the SCVs. Does cripple the economy. Race they do with the planetary. As you even catch reinforcements running down the minefield. And again, just a messy defense here from Percival, who's trying to engage. Oh my god. Bleeding out 2 more Ravens. And bleeding out more Ravens. Spider-Mines are set up, just cutting off reinforcements, catching other tanks. Can we drag him in? Can we drag him? He's trying. Nah, they see. Yeah, we get the scan. We have the Ravens as well. He's at the minefield. But the planetary is going to fall. Oof. Yeah, losing the planetary. And Percival, he's down to 17 SCVs. He's down to 17 workers, barely an economy. He still has a pretty robust army. Again, Mass Raven has some potential. Going for the disables. Auto targets as well. Trades very efficiently. Jesus, so many disables. Disables everything. Disables it all. GG. Yeah, GG gets called. First, he's broke. He's broke. He's running out of steam. And Milky Cow, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Milky Cow, he will claim a lead in the series. A very, very strong lead here for Milky Cow. Again, it was very intense back and forth here. It did feel like Percival, he was kind of like fumbling his way through the game, trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work. As I mentioned before, Percival, he's a little more inexperienced in StarCraft Evolution and had some strong moments, don't get me wrong, but there were a couple of key moments from Milky Cow which did allow him to sustain some losses, referring to the ninja bases, right? Milky Cow, he had for so long the northern 4th base and top left up and running, and it did mean that even though we saw Percival early on especially have some better fights and better engagements, Milky Cow could afford those losses. He could afford those losses, he could afford those trades, so he was able to survive that. Once we got into a longer and later game, that's where Percival started slipping up a little bit more and making more mistakes, and where Milky Cow was able to stabilize and take his side of the map as well. GG. GG, well played. Again, a very intense, very back and forth, but in the end, Percival just could not keep up with the efficiency and also with the harassment of Milky Cow. GG. GG, well played. With that, Milky Cow will take a lead for Stouty Balls. Now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into Rogue versus GG Machine. The quote-unquote mirror matchups continue. Let's go. Let us go. We're going to be jumping in. So again, Stouty Balls, they take a lead in the series. But this is going to be an interesting one here. Again, Rogue, he was looking very, very solid, very competent when it comes to his previous showing in StarCraft Evolution. Likewise, GG Machine is also a lot more well-versed as well. They both have a little bit more experience in this, and we'll see. We'll see how they compare. As we're loading into Polopoid. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Polopoid, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player representing Stouty Balls, leading the series 1-0. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brood War Zerg player representing. If we lose, it's Crank's fault, and so far, it's looking like it's Crank's fault. It is Rogue. Este Crank, papi. Yeah. We're jumping into our ZVZ. Just catching up. Is Sarah versus Thermal coming up soon or after? It'll be in 12 hours. As Kura did mention in the chat, we are going to be covering the Group B matches tomorrow, or again in 12 hours time. That'll be Group B. For now, hello. We do have a very early gas and early pool timing here from GG Machine, so a much more aggressive start out of our blue Zerg player. Rogue opening up hatch first. Welcome to Polopoid. Remember, there's a 4-player spawn map, 4 possible spawn locations, and GG Machine will see if he can find his opponent, and we'll see how aggressive he plans on being. Now, with the early gas, we're expecting fast link speed. We could stay in gas, and this could be a bane bust. This could be a bane bust out of GG Machine. And Rogue, depending on his experience with ZVZ, like in StarCraft Illusion, sorry, we will need some side defense. Remember, for Brood War Zerg, they don't have banelings themselves, they don't have defensive queens. What do we need to defend? Sunken colonies. We need colonies to defend. Without them, it's not going to be a defense. So lings are amassing. We have 6 lings on the way. GG Machine soon about to have 100 gas for ling speed. Again, we're rushing ling speed. And stays in gas. Bane bust. So it's going to be a bane bust. It's going to be an all-in. Rogue does throw down his second hatchery here. Walling up. Throws down his macro hatchery. Overlord is found. GG Machine knows. And he's aware of the spawn location. Lings are revealed. The GG Machine is rushing towards the natural. Bane the nest gets thrown down. As mentioned, because of the continued gas income here, it did scream bane bust. Did scream it. Machine poking in. It does poke in, catching us some lings already. Again, without any colonies setting up here, it's going to be a tough hold. Rogue trying to buy some time. Dragging GG Machine away. Lings are to engage. Slightly better there for GG Machine. Slightly. The Bane Bust is coming. What? One base lair? Oh, Rogue is dead. What is this? What? I didn't even notice. I did notice something weird going on in the production time. He's going 1 base lair, papi. He's crazy. Going for another macro hatch as well. 0 colonies to defend. 0 side defense. And with that, the Bane Bust is going to be coming. And there's no shot Rogue holds against this. No shot, papi. This is illegal. 1 base lair into another macro hatch. We need to fully... There we go. He's going to try to fully wall off. The banelings are revealed. Yeah, banelings are revealed. Lings are going to be flooding in. We're setting up a wall, but this is so late. It's so late. It's so delayed. This should not be in time. Shouldn't be. We have a secondary wall. I mean, these colonies, they might be able to finish in time while the banelings are coming in. The banelings. What do we connect with? Here we go. Colonies are coming. No shot they finish in time. And we're choosing to hold on to the banelings here to not break down that first wall. The hatchery should fall. I mean, there's still... there's a gap. There's a gap in the wall. We're flooding in. Yeah, that's what in. Collapsing the army. Banelings, they smash into the lings. Yeah, the Zerglings, they go down. The sunken colonies is going to be surrounded as well. We have 4 colonies on the way. And they should be surrounded. Denies 1, denies 2, denies 3, and 4. GG. GG gets called. Rogue is an animal. And GG Machine takes a 2-0 lead in the series for Standing Balls. GG. GG, well played. Blindly Rogue, he was going hatch gas pool into a double gas, into skipping link speed, fast lair, insanely fast lair, going for another macro hatch as well. Just the greed was insane, hyper greed out of Rogue, and in the end it was a build or win. Build or win for GG Machine, going for the Bane Bust, going for the all-in, punishing the hyper intense greed of Rogue, and with that, Standing Balls, they're suddenly up 2-0. They're up 2-0, and they're 1 game away from just claiming the entire series here and now. We're on match point. We're on match point. Again, Rogue. He's an animal. Being so greedy in that game. And no shot he gets away with it. And again, did not get away with it. With that, we have our next game set up for us. Unfortunately, not on match point. It's going to be on Blackrock. Let's go. Going to be loading into Blackrock here. That's our next game. It'll be SOS versus Young Yakov. So just setting up the title. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of BlackRock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss, the SC2 Protoss, down in the series. Can he bounce back for if we lose it's Crank's fault, or is it Crank's fault? It is SOS. It's always his fault. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the Brood War Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Stanley Bulls, up 2-0, 1 game away from claiming the series and pulling off an just a clean sweep. It is Young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go, as we are going to be opening up here. Welcome to BlackRock. BlackRock has some interesting features, as I mentioned previously. It does have a very open third and very open fourth base. Very open expansions here. It does make it difficult for the Protoss player to be defensive and to turtle up. Very difficult to be defensive, very difficult to turtle up. As a result, we saw this come into play previously in the last series between between Zaun and GG Machine, where Zaun, he tried to be hyper defensive. He tried to build up into a longer game, but he got punished. Sorry, I say GG Machine by Young Yakov, actually. True. Young Yakov, he already took down Zaun earlier, and if you can take down Zaun, you can take down SOS. Now, I would imagine that SOS was watching that series, and I would hope that he did recognize that, again, Zaun going into a Colossus rush was crazy. Like, there's a lot that came into that series. But for those that weren't here for it, Zaun, he went for a Robo Opener into a Disruptor Drop into Colossus, then into attempted Sky Toss. And because of the Robo Opener, that prompted Young Yakov to open up Spire into Scourge. And the Scourge completely shut down any attempted Colossus play and Sky Toss thereafter. So it was a very, very messy mid-game out of Zaun, and he couldn't defend his bases. He got torn apart. Like, Zaun was just torn apart. SOS, I'm hoping he was watching that series, and I hope that he doesn't fall into the same pitfall of going and relying on Colossi. Seeing like a Blink-based opener into Storm would make a lot more sense to get into the mid-game, but we'll see. SOS is not the most orthodox of players. I will say that SOS has been playing a lot more standard in recent years. Like, I feel like the reputation that SOS garnered being hyper cheesy and hyper aggressive, that's like years gone by. Like, he's not really that kind of player anymore. But we'll see. We shall see. What do we bring out? For now, we do see that Young Yakov is going for the early Hydra Den. Remember, for Brood War, Hydras are hatch tech. They're not lair. They're not lair. But last time we saw Young Yakov on this map, he did rush into a fast lair into a lurker rush. So we'll see if he does the same. No, this time is working on his Hydra speed upgrades. Building his Hydras. Overlord does move out to scouts, and will eventually confirm the tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Remember, Zaun went Robo, SOS going Twilight Council. This is going to lead into an earlier Twilight Council upgrade, an earlier Gateway Aggression. This can go into a charge-based all-in, can go into Glaive Eps, or it can go into Blink. What's it going to be? Technically, it could be like a DT opener, like Dark Templar into an Archon drop. Technically. Not too fond of it, considering that Overlords are detectors. And it's going to be a charge all-in. Okay, so 2-base charge all-in out of SOS. I was curious why he only had 2 workers mining gas here, but now it makes more sense. So you don't need much gas for this. Hydras are revealed. Yakov is not droning, by the way. Like, I was just being like, oh no, yeah, we have a charge-based opener, we're building up. Young Yakov is all in. He's going for a big 1.5 base all in. You can see here he has half saturation, macro hatchery just for larva, and we're flooding lings across the map. It's all or nothing. We're just going straight for the all in. Back at home, Zealots are not ideal defensively. Zealots are not ideal, and we have limited gas income as well, which means you can't warp in many stalkers. This might just be over. This might just be over here. The pylon's going to be focused on. Massive pick of depowers everything. The Artosis pylon goes down. The Robo's depowered. The battery as well. Hydras, they start step forward. They ensure that the pylons are not going to finish. They're not going to finish up. Not like this. As we just start step once again. Catching out the Stalker. There's one more pylon on the way. And we can focus it down. Instead, we're going for the Robo. But yeah, there it is. The question mark. Oh no. It's his fault. It's his fault. True. GG, welcome. GG, well played. Question mark. It looks like this week it is Crank's fault. GG. Hi. GG, well played with that. Stouty Bulls, they will claim the series 3-0. Strong showing. I think this is the first 3-0 of the group stage. Like, I could be mistaken, but I don't think we've had this dominant of a showing before. But they will claim the series 3-0. It was back and forth, specifically game one. Like, Purcell versus Milky Cow was very intense, was very close, very back and forth. Meanwhile, these last two games have been a lot more concise, a lot more, just a little more crisp, I should say, from the Stouty Bull players. And with that, Stouty Bulls, they do claim the series 3-0. Meanwhile, if we lose, it's Crank's fault. This week, they lost, which means it's Crank's fault, baby. GG. I love the question mark into ... into Crank. Yeah, true. Este Crank, baby. GG, well played with that. Congratulations to Stouty Bulls. Big win for Stouty Bulls, by the way. Big win for Stouty Bulls. They do claim the win. Oh, right, sorry, before I get ahead of myself here, I almost forgot. So Stouty Bulls, they will win the series, but we will still play game 4. Regardless, just because of seeding. For seeding purposes, there's a little bit less weight behind it because Stouty Bulls, they've won the series straight up, so a little bit less weight behind it, but for seeding purposes and for overall map scores and point scores as well, game 4 will still be played. We're going to be jumping into Creator versus Shameless PvP on match point, but it is not match point. Let's go. Uno más, papi, uno más. So up here, Creator, Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of match points, we have the red Protoss player. We have the Brood War Protoss representing. If we lose, it's Crank's fault, and we have confirmation. This week it is going to be Crank's fault. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Stouty Bulls. They've already won the series, but here we're here to just farm some extra points. It is Shameless. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see the chat. Why are they hating on the Crank? Oh, they're memeing. Like, it's they're all good friends. The team name is just, it's a meme. So it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. It's all in good faith. It's not like they're bullying Crank or anything like that. No, they're having fun. If you want the story behind it, I'm pretty sure it's because Crank, he told them to play together. Like, he told them to compete. So because Crank pressured them to play, you know, then if they lose, it's his fault. That ties into it. I want to say that's the backstory there. For now, though. For now, we're going to be opening up again. Welcome to Match Point. Match Point is honestly a really fun map. Very short rushes, inspired ground. Does have a ramp coming in between the bases as well. So we do have a stronger defensive setup here outside of the natural, but we do have a high ground right outside of the third. This is a brutal position. We've seen many a push here just break a defending player. This third base is so difficult to defend if you lose control of the high ground. True. If you lose control. Hello, Shameless. One base all in. We're going for the proxy. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. It's going to be a 2-gate opener into a pylon. Looks like we are setting up for a proxy. Could still be a Stargate. Doesn't have to be a Robo. We'll see. Cybercore is about to finish. And bam. Show us what you got. Robo, one base all in. So Shameless is going for the one base all in. Creator back at home, opening up 2-gate into Dragoon range, into double Dragoon production. Creator, he scouts, he does see that a pylon is missing. So Creator, he knows something is wrong. It could be real, it could be fake, it could be a Robo, it could be a Stargate, it could be a gateway. Creator, he only has a piece of the puzzle so far. Crank drafted the team against their wishes, you know, yes. Force them to play. As Creator, he is looking and he will barely miss the scout. He was so close. So close yet so far. Barely does miss. At the same time, you can see that Creator is scouting top left as well. Again, looking for the proxy location. Looking for the proxy. He's searching. He's looking and searching. It's like the Pommy meme who always acts out. Yeah, I mean, the Pommy meme is, I feel like it's a little bit newer, but sure. Similar. Shameless here, dropping into the main. Going with the double adept into immortal production. Meanwhile, we do have a Reaver opener here out of Creator. We have Robo into Shuttle into Reaver. Adepts able to hit first. And they do get into the mineral line. And getting 1, getting 2, getting 3. Oh, 2. Okay, 2 probes going down. Jesus, how many Dragoons do we have? Creator has built up a hefty amount of Dragoons. Immortals coming. I'll be honest, with the amount of Dragoons off of 2-gate production that Creator's built up, I feel like he's fine. Like, Immortals are good. I don't think they're that good. I mean, we got 8 Dragoons. That's a lot of Dragoons, Pappy. And it's soon to be a Reaver as well. Yeah, the Reaver's on the way. The army does fully unload, true. Does fully unload. Oh. One volley off here on the prism. First Dragoon is going to go down. Gets 1. Yeah, it gets 1. It gets soon to be 2, soon to be 3 Dragoon kills so far. 2 Dragoons going to be going down. Warpits are continuing. Shameless, he's getting a foothold. He's getting a foothold here, but the Reaver has arrived. Scarab shot is coming in. Do we dodge a shot? Do we dodge? Do we dodge? Up! Oh my god. Does connect. Does catch out one of the sentries. Meanwhile, another shot here on the Immortal. Boys are being pulled. A prism goes down. There's no juggling. Not anymore. Oh my god, the Scarab shots, they connect. They're connecting. Oof. And with that, the Immortals, they are being shut down. Oh, I say that too soon. Yeah, the Reaver does full. Messy engage, messy fight. In the end, the Immortals going to go down to the boys. The probes, they give chase. They bring it down. And Creator holds. Creator, he's holding. He's holding on just barely. And now it's time to counterattack. Creator breaks out. Meanwhile, back at home, I do like this. Stargate is on the way. Okay, for the Stargate, with this can be a secure way to shut down the shuttle. To shut it down. As so far, Creator is staying back. He wants that prism. Who catches who? Oh. Shameless, he does commit a little bit further in. Commits a little bit further in. Should not lose the Immortal or the prism. We're now pulling back. Phoenix production has begun. Again, Phoenixes, they can shut down the shuttle and also lift the Reaver as well. Can crowd control. I guess what's most tense right now is that it's 1 base versus 1 base. No one has expanded, not yet, but I may have spoken too soon. The probe is getting in position. Yeah, Shameless who wants to expand. Nice new art on the bay. Do appreciate it. Got that new art. Dragoons, they subset forward. They do try to lock down the initial Immortals. But they will trade. A lot of Dragoons do go down. Nice save there with the Prism. Prism barely gets away. Yeah, the Prism pulls out. Creator trying to give chase. We weren't quite able to. Yeah, we'll not be able to. Hello. Shameless is the first to expand. Creator of the probe is activated. Not going to expand, actually. That's curious. But the probe is activated. Moving out across the map. Immortal drops, they continue. Ooh. We'll take a shot to the face. Jesus. Yeah, the prism as well. Shameless, we've got to respect the range of the Dragoons. Respect the range. Shameless pulls back. Shameless pulls back to his natural. Likewise, Creator now does expand. A much later expansion here as the natural race of Shameless is now done. Now finishing up. And the pressure's on Creator. The Observer does spot the move out. So Shameless he can attempt to intercept. Here come the Phoenixes, which have yet to reveal themselves. And remember, unlike SC2 Protoss, Brutal Protoss has no recall. Not like this. Yeah, not like this. Shuttle gets caught out. It will fall. Massive pickup. Can we capture the Reaver as well? Can we? Tempting, I'm sure, but doesn't risk it. Shameless does pull away. He's scared because he doesn't know where the Dragoons are. Now he does. Ah, that was potential. Lost potential. But again, Shameless building up that superior economy. Working towards Blink. Meanwhile, we have the Citadel on the way. This is going to be for Zealot legs. So a gateway heavy setup here of Dragoon, Reaver, Zealot. But Creator does need a little bit more time. He's getting there, though. Oh. Service run away. That's the Observer. Really curious to see Cyril playing Brood War Zerg. I've never seen that. I do recommend last week's VODs. Last week, Cyril, he played a bunch of ZVZs. He played against Shin, and I think he played against Solar as well. It was between Basilisk and CRHB. So I do recommend the VODs from last week's broadcast. Because Cyril, his Brood War Zerg was honestly really good. It was really good, really surprising. He was looking very dominant in those ZVZs. Very dominant, which is surprising, which is fun to say because ZVZ is his weakest matchup in SC2, but Brood War Zerg is much more mobile. Much more mobile. I guess to give you a tease to Cyril's Brood War Zerg, because in Brood War, when you morph in Numerous has Carapace and Ventral Sacs, it affects all Overlords. So because that we saw heavy drop play, like there was always drops moving out across the map because there were so many Overlords in ZVZ, of course, like so many Overlords in ZVZ, and with all the Overlords suddenly becoming Dropper-Lords, like Cyril, he was just dropping all over the place, and both Shin and Solar had a very hard time keeping up with Cyril. It's crazy. It's in your VODs? Yeah. Should be on YouTube. Should be on YouTube. Meanwhile, Shameless does drop into the main. Okay, diving into the main base, going to be crippling the economy or distracting here in the main base. At the same time, third base is denied. Nice pickup. Denies the third. Going for the Forge, actually. Okay. Does go for the Forge. Taking a lot of hits. And should go down. Okay, does go down. Nice pickups. Stalker's going to be zoned away by the Reavers, but so far Shameless, again, just picking Creator apart. Creator working towards Storm. Now, this is going to be Brood War Storm. It does have a bigger place here in PvP and StarCraft Evolution. Working on that splash damage. Oh, let's go. Proxy Disruptor. But still making use of that robot. Was never found. Never shut down. If you're looking for it on YouTube, do check under the live tab. Bear that in mind. It takes us a little bit longer to upload to, like, as an individual VOD. But that was last week. Ooh. The Archon's going to be shut down. Oh, the Scarab shot. Ooh, doesn't quite land. Yeah, not quite. Shameless just maintaining map control. Creator struggling to expand. Shameless getting a fourth base, double the base counts. Likewise, double the upgrades. Still +0 for Creator because the Forge was sniped earlier. So still lack of upgrades, lack of tech. Shameless further ahead. When at any time, Dark Shrine. Let's go. Dark Shrine is on the way. Don't think he needs it. Ooh. We'll avoid the Reaver shots. We'll avoid those shots. Pulling back. Disruptors are amassing. We have 2 so far. 2 disruptors. Sheamus still keeping that main army back at home. Oh. Yo, the travel. The distance that the Reaver shots travel, it's crazy. The Scarab shots. Ah. No. He's going from your creator, pushing on top side. He breaks out. Okay, fine. Those breakouts. He's got his high Templar. He has Storm. He has a couple of Reavers as well. The army is lagging behind a little bit, and Sheamus is going for the backside. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. Yeah, going for the base trade. Creator, he turns back around. Storm on the ramp. Storm does own. Creator does turn back around. Okay, okay. Still quite tense. I want to say there's potential with the Storms, but at the same time, there's also potential with the Novas. Speaking of, the Observer does see the army, shows the Novas. First Nova goes off, and will catch one Eye Templar. Yeah, one Templar goes down. Another Nova, catching out the Reaver. Storms they blink in, they will take one shot to the face. Oh, some brutal Novas. Yeah, the Novas are popping off, they're catching out the Zealots. The Reavers as well. Got the Nova. Despite that, the sheer amount of Zealots here might still be enough. Nah, not quite. Cannot break through. Miss rally here out of Shameless. Gotta be careful. Shameless is now maxed. And he's gonna miss rally another Disruptor. Another Disruptor being thrown away. Shameless now a little bit out of position. Ooh, catching out a couple of free Reavers though. Yeah, Reaver's going to be going down. High Templar likewise exposed as well. Blinks in, gets one, gets 2 more Templar. Expensive losses here for Creator. And Creator, he commits. And now he's down to 0 Reavers and only 2 High Templar. Along with the main army. Coming in from behind. Storm with the Immortals. And the Dragoons, they're going to be able to hold their own, but here come the Zealots. Yeah, Zealots take a lapse on in. Dragoons are going down. The Mass Zealot, they overwhelm. And there's no splash damage. There's no more Storms. No Scarab shots. There's just 1 Archon. And that's not enough. That's not enough from here. Shamelessly snowballs out of control, claims the main army, and it's not going to be a 3-0. It's going to be a 4-0. It's going to be a 4 here. Again, Creator just having such a rough start. He had such a hard time expanding and building up into the mid-game, losing his forges, losing the upgrades, losing the third base as well. And GG gets called. Shameless, he will claim the series 4-0 for Stony Balls. GG. Whew. GG, well played. 4-0 in favor of Stony Balls. Again, game 1 was the closest one. Game 1, I could see going Percival's way, but in the end, G Machine, who was able to punish the greed from Rogue and cheese him out. We saw the young Yakov, he was also able to all-in SOS and catch it with his pants down. Here, more cheese, more aggression, as Shameless went for the 1-base all-in. Creator did survive that all-in, that is true, but Shameless was the first to expand. He was the first to expand, the first to get his natural, the first to get his third base, and the first to gain map control as well. Creator, who was just playing from behind, playing catch-up, and never quite did catch up. GG. GG, well played. So congratulations to Stony Balls. They will claim the series, and with that we have 1 series left tonight. 1 series to go. It is going to be a... Oh, before I get ahead of myself, I just kind of went over it. You can see the matches before you here in regards to the 4-0. Milky Cow over Percival, GG Machine over Rogue, Young Yakov over SOS, and Shameless over Creator. So again, this week, it is Crank's fault. It's all his fault, Pap. Yeah. It is gonna be his fault. And with that, we are now getting ready for our 3rd and final best of 5 of the broadcast. Up next, Onside versus Shopify. We are gonna be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have that final best of 5. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the third and final series of the broadcast. Welcome back here to the CranKy Season 4, Group A, Week number 2. We are wrapping up the group stage. We're wrapping up Group A here, and in so doing, we do have our final series. It's going to be a best of 5 between Onside and Shopify. Let's go. Let us go. Oh boy, for those that are maybe tuning in a little bit late to the broadcast, this is a StarCraft Evolution tournament, so it is Brood War versus SE2. It's a custom mod here, StarCraft Evolution, that does feature Brood War versus SE2. It is balanced specifically for Brood War versus SE2, not for Brood War versus Brood War, just as a heads up. And of course, as a result, we do take turns back and forth between which team plays Brood War, which team plays SC2. Likewise, when it comes to the format, it is a Pro League style format. Teams, they do decide their lineups ahead of time. They send them to the admin, the lineups are revealed, and then teams have a couple of days to prepare for their specific matchups, as all the players are aware of who they're playing against, and of course, whether they're playing Brood War or SE2 as well. So teams did have a couple of days to prepare for these matches, and we have our best of 5. Let's go, let's catch up on the lineup here. Okay, so Onside, they step into the ring here with Maru as their first player. Shopify, they will field Scarlett. Let's go. Now, when it comes to these two teams, I will say that Shopify, their ace player is the stronger one, that is ByuN. ByuN is one of the best. He's like top 2. He's top 2 Terran in StarCraft Evolution. I would say top 1 is Cure, top 2 is ByuN. So Cure and ByuN, they're both the top 2 Terran players in StarCraft EVO right now. So ByuN, he is coming in as being the heavy hitter for his team. Likewise, Lambo has been looking pretty good in StarCraft Evolution. Scarlett has a lot of Brood War experience. I don't know how much SC EVO experience she has. And Hearthstone, I think, is coming in as like the greenest member on his team. Like, I think Hearthstone probably has the least amount of experience in StarCraft Evolution. So we'll see kind of how this matchup and how this series unfolds ahead of us. Likewise, for the Onside side of things, I want to say that ByuN has probably the most experience, but Maru's been looking very confident. Like, Maru's been looking very good in his play. Xian is looking, very back and forth depending on the matchup, depending on what he gets to play, whether it's Brood or SC2. So we'll see how our teams do kind of shape up against each other here as we enter that final best of 5. Let's go. Let's go. Game 1, Maru versus Scarlett will be on match point. Let's go. Let us go. As we are jumping into this final series, the first best of 1. We go. Bam. As spawning in the top right hand corner of match point, we have the Brood War Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Onside. It is Maru. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the red Zerg, the SC2 Zerg representing Shopify. It is Scarlett. Let's go. Let us go as we are getting into our final series here, into the first game of said final series of the group, to determine who will make it through and who will not into those playoffs. Up first, it is going to be Hatch first out of Scarlett. Likewise, Maru, he will be going not CC first this time. We've been seeing a lot of greedier builds out of Maru. We'll see how he does Indulge, though it is CC first out of Maru as well. We usually see CC first on some of the larger maps in the map pool. It's a little bit risky to do it here on match point, but because there's no early pool timing coming his way, Maru should be fine. Likewise, Scarlett. Last time we saw Scarlett, she did play Brood War Protoss. From my understanding, when it comes to the Brood War race, she does typically play Protoss, but now that we've settled on SE2, Scarlett can embrace her Zerg instead. And we'll see how our players do compare to each other here. Once again, short rush distance by ground on match point. We do have the high ground to defend the natural location, but the third base can be abused. We do have this high ground set up here outside of the third base, so it can be abused. We did see that Creator had a very hard time defending his third against the Stalker aggression on this very same map due to the terrain. We'll see who's able to gain map control first and who's able to apply pressure to the other, as we're going to be opening up 3 racks. So 3x Stim out of Maru has done the same build every time he plays Brood War Terran. This is for a very strong Stim timing. This is very standard in TVZ. This is very standard in StarCraft Evolution. So Scarlett, once she realizes what's going on, can respond and react in time. And we'll see if she goes for a Balinist defense, to Roach War defense, or how she reacts. For now, it does confirm the CC first. Behind this, Academy has begun, again working towards stim, working towards a massive marine medic firebat timing here. With stim, not a 2-ace all-in, but a strong timing nonetheless. Is building up. Scarlett going for a third. Droning, saturating, getting his link speed, everything again looking normal so far. Scarlett may not scout, but honestly, we can just assume. Like, Scarlett can just assume. Like, typically when it comes to Terran openers, it's either 3x stim or 2 factory mass vulture. Like, I feel like those are the two more often seen builds, especially in TVZ. So far has yet to get eyes on all the Marines, as they are being kept hidden. So far hiding all the ByuN. Scarlett working with some incomplete information so far. And is going for a Roach defense. Okay. So Roach Horn gets thrown down. If you recall, Jijin Machine against ByuN earlier in the broadcast did go for a Ling Bane defense, or a Ling Queen defense really, into later Banelings. But Baneling speed and the layer was very delayed, and it was just a very shaky game there for Jijin Machine. Here, Roaches are just a really safe and robust way to open up into the mid game. Very, very safe. I'm assuming we can build up. Here comes the move out. The army gets spotted. Scan across the map confirms the Roach Horn, confirms the spine setup. Queens are getting in position as well. And here comes Maru. And again, this is going to hit a little bit harder, a little bit faster because of the rushes. Specifically here on match point, aggression early on is more favored. So here comes Maru. We got 7 Marines, 2 medics, and 2 firebats. Army's moving in. We have 7 Roaches on the way. Scar just has to buy time for the Roaches. Just buy time. We're still a couple of seconds off. Maru stims in. Yeah, Maru does stim. Going for the spine. Spine crawler is going to go down. Does force cancel. Gets into the middle line. Getting 1, 2 drone kills so far. Can we get a queen? We can. No transfuse. 1 queen goes down, and Scarlett holds. Scarlett does hold. In the end, this was a pretty decent defense here from Scarlett. Did lose a queen. Like, losing that queen was a little bit brutal, but outside of that, does hold, does shut this down, and the game will continue. From here, Scarlett is droning. Likewise, Maru is transitioning out of this. We do have our factory follow-up as well. Behind this, we see a couple of different variations. We can go 3x stim into mech, or 3x stim into bio tank. And so far, it looks like a bio tank setup here for the mid game. As Maru does race back home, and Scarlett does survive the early game. At this stage in the meta of StarCraft Evolution, I feel like this 3x stim timing is more of a skill check more than anything. As most top Zergs will fend it off quite well. As the overseer does move in, confirming that there's only 1 factory into Starport, not second factory. Oh, we're going for the ByuN response. If you remember, ByuN went into biotank into early science vessels, and we see the facility on the way. It is going to be for science vessels. So this should be to rush into Irradiate. We're going to be rushing Irradiate here from Maru, and we can hit a very strong Irradiate timing as well, as soon as it's done. I say that Maru's actually pushing out a little bit earlier. Okay. I mean, once again, you can afford to do this because of the medics. Maru does catch a roach. Yeah, stims in. He gets 1, 2, 3, 4 roaches. Every roach goes down. Very nice catch here from Maru. Very nice catch. Scarlett back at home, still building on more roaches. Maru going double eBay, double upgrades. Facility is done, and here comes the first vessel. For those that are maybe unfamiliar with how the science vessel works, science vessels are, I guess, kind of like the Raven in their own way, but more importantly, they do have a very powerful spell. They have Irradiate. Think of Parasitic Bomb. Think of Parasitic Bomb, except Irradiate only works on biological units, so it's a little bit more limited, but it can work on both air and ground units, whereas Parasitic Bomb is limited to air. On top of that, Irradiate does not persist when a unit dies. Power bombs do persist, and the cloud stays up in the air even after a unit is killed. Here, you know, you can micro against Irradiate by killing your own units, which we did see previously as well. It's very common to irradiate like Hydras, Roaches, or Ultras, and the Zerg player just kills their own unit to shut it down. Meanwhile, Maru dropping into the main. Does drop in. Scarlett is going to be able to react. Good reaction so far. Doesn't lose any workers, using 1 drone. just one. So clean defense here from Scarlett. Scarlett going into Roach, Ravager into Safety, and Festers into Fast Hive. So typically here, Fast Hive screams Ultra Rush. So it's going to be Roach, Ravager, and Fester into Ultras. There's going to be a big power spike with Ultras eventually for Scarlett, but I believe Irradiate hits first. As you can see, it's almost done. Irradiate is finishing. Maru's moving in. Siege mode has been researched. And Maru's coming. Maru's moving out across the map, catching out some roaches. Scarlett has to be careful. We do have some Ling Bane attempted support here. Baliness is still... Sorry, Bailing Speed is still on the way. Baliness is done. Maru pushing on to Creep. And Maru's pushing on. Does spot the army. Does see the Infestors. Has to respect those fungal growths. Speaking of, we will irradiate one of the Infestors. Oh no, sorry, he goes for the Ravager instead. And that's a lot of damage. Oh my god, we're clumping. Yeah, we do clump up. Oh, that as we're still in the same control. That's Scarlett, no! Yes, a miscontrol here. Bailings are actually dying. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Bailings go down. Did leave the Ravager on the same control group. Did clump up. But interesting that Maru didn't go for the Infestor here. As I believe one Irradiate will kill an Infestor. Infestor this will kept alone, left alone. Ooh, Scarlett's out of position. Completely out of position. This hatchery is gonna go down. At the same time, drop into the main. Yeah, drop into the main base. Lingze will hit bottom right. Fourth is gonna be denied for both players. Maru forced to cancel. At the same time, that's a kill on top left. Yeah, there's a cancellation at the same time, drop to the main. Scarlett is in position, does defend. But again, both players will lose their fourth bases. I want to say this hurts Scarlett more. As Maru does stim away. And we do have a bit of a mech transition here. We have the armory upgrades in production. We do have more factories being thrown down. Spider mines are being researched. It's still very bio heavy, but we should be making that transition away from bio into mech eventually. We're working on it. Meanwhile, we do catch some. There we go, catching 2 Ravagers and an Infestor. Once again, the army's clumping. We do pull some of it away. That's going to be 2 Infestors going down. Yeah, the irradiate damage there was brutal. Did get a science vessel at least. Did catch a vessel. Maru moving in. Maru setting up. Now, I assumed that it was going to be Ultra Tech, and we do have Ultras on the horizon, but we're still a ways away. Kindness Plating just now starting. Vipers are amassing as well, so Scarlett's still just refining her composition before getting into Ultras. Nice catch here from Maru. Shaving off all these Zerglings. Catching at Lings. Ion Thrusters on the way. 2 more factories. I believe that's going to be 4, if not 5 in total. Alright, does not that northern base. Meanwhile, very nice Fungal. Yeah, Fungal lands. All this army is going to be cleaned up. Massive catch for Scarlett. Scarlett does catch the Marines. Heavy losses for Maru. As Maru will catch a Viper. Irradiate versus Powerbomb. Let's go. Ravagers, they get caught out as well. Powerbomb runs out and both science vessels survive. I cannot say the same for the... Oh, Clutch Transfuse. Oh, saves one, but not quite the other. Yeah, Transfuse will save one of the Vipers. The other was killed. Maru can repair. Oof, Scarlett's also into the spider mines. The armies are about to clash. Both players are close to maxing. They're close to maxing out. So Ultras are just now coming online. Scarlett still needs a little bit more time for the Ultras. Oof. Running into more spider mines. Speaking of. Jesus. That's insane. Yeah, we drag the army into more mines, and more mines, Bappy. All the mines. Okay, bully back the Banelings. Ultras, I'm sorry, Roaches they can tank at least. Somewhat. Oof. That's the CC's force to lift. Maru taking the southern base instead, which is safer. He has more control here as the army's in position to defend. Potential Nidus into the main. Maru does notice. Scarlett still only has 2 ultras here, like a very low ultra count. And again, they should be the main targets for Irradiate. Nidus bottom right. Irradiates are coming in. Gets one. He gets 1 ultra, gets a Ravager as well, gets a 2nd ultra. Ooh, mass damage here with the Ling Bane. And massive damage as the ultras they clump up. Radiate the Ravager onto the Vipers. Meanwhile, Nidus Swarms are finishing. Lings they do slip in. Decent damage. Maru, he does dominate the main fight, but at the same time, SCVs are going down. The SCVs are falling. Maru completely out of position. Likewise, back up Nidus in the main. Maru being torn apart. Again, Maru's army is much more immobile here with Broodor Terran. Even denying some of the upgrades. Very nice. Yeah, 1, 2 armories go down. Lings have denied mining. Messy defense here from Maru. Messy, papi, messy. Scarlett trading well. Like, the main fight went in favor of Maru, that is true, but Scarlett harassing well. Killing more SCVs, sniping a CC as well, this cannot escape. Command Center goes down. And Maru needs to get on top of those, overseers. As the Nidus play continues, more Nidus worms. Oh no. And Maru trying to respond. The ultras they do pop out. Going for the CC. Oh, ultra gets caught in the center. CC is killed. Oh yeah. Yeah, brutal loss there for Maru. Losing a CC will kill all these ultras, but again, he still trades somewhat poorly here. You're losing a bunch of Marines. A messy trade out of Maru. But they do trade bases. Maru who loses a CC. Scarlett loses a hatchery. Edward's being hunted down. Oh, the mass irradiates. We throw down the irradiates. Likewise, Corruptors is trying to give chase. Oh, another irradiate on the Infestor. And Corruptors. We're just going mass science vessels. We're making 3 more at a time. Oh, the science vessels. Another Nidus. Yeah, we're setting up for more Nidus worms. Once again, Maru's army is much more immobile. Maru, he notices. Does notice. Another Overseer moving in. Oof. Jesus. Thing I dealt with. Nidus swarm into the main base. Back up Overseer bottom right. Moving in once again. Things they attempt to harass. Catching out vultures, not bad. Yeah, catching out some vultures. Irradiates, they catch out the ultras though. Oh, Jesus. We just mass irradiate everything. Yeah, nice defense matrix at the same time. Nidus Worm was denied. Ultras are trying to move in. It still takes a long time to bring them down. The mass irradiates. Oh no! Yeah, Marines are left behind, and we do end up trading here. The Bio Army crumbles at the same time, so will the ultras. Another defense matrix. More ultras trickling in. Nice from into the natural. And on the one hand, Maru's been trading, and he's been losing a lot of units, that's true, but at the same time, these are expensive losses for Scarlett. Scarlett, she just lost so many ultras, and doesn't have that much of a bank. Yeah, Scarlett plummets in supply, throws everything away to achieve that damage. The Science Vessels are still amassing, still in high numbers. Nice back into the main. Oof. Punishing the rally. Oh, Hinami units, meanwhile, the Iceborne gets shut down. Tank in the main base defends. The tank is in position. Oh, rough rally. Now, rough rally here as 1, 2, 3 tanks get picked up. We're getting a little bit messy. But there's still no good answer for the mass science vessels. Like, they just keep raiding with the ultras. They just trade so efficiently here. We have 4 corruptors on the way, but there's only 6 in total. Like, there's not many corruptors. Scarlett, she's lacking money. She's lacking gas, lacking resources. Maru's moving in. We're coming with the irradiates against the queens. Catching out the queens and catching out the ultras. Jeez. Irradiates literally every single unit. 1 ultra summon. Nah, not even. Irradiates everything. Oh no. Oh god. It's all just glowing green. I mean, at this point, there's no reason to split. You're just gonna lose everything anyway. We don't want to go into the mineral line though. Gotta be careful. As ultras, they get bullied. Marines, they start to step in. Now they can verge the ultras. Defense matrix, and every ultra's gonna go down. They get the ultras that soften up from earlier. Ultras, they crumble. Irradiate, soften them up. Corruptors, they go for the dive. We just drag the corruptors into the turrets. More irradiates on the corrupt. Just irradiate everything. The mass irradiate, baby. GG. GG gets called. And Maru will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Maru, he will take a lead in the series. We'll take down Scarlett against Scarlett. We saw that both players were having a bit of a hard time gaining map control, or specifically taking bases over their opponents. Both players were losing expansions. I will say that Scarlett had a lot of nice moves when it came to the Nidus Worm play initially. We saw a lot of Nidus Worms finishing up, and Maru was being torn apart, losing SCVs. But once that first wave of Nidus Worms finished, Maru, he was on top of it. He left units in position. He was much more vigilant when it comes to shutting down the Overseers as well, and the Overlords, and we saw the Nidus play kind of petered out towards the end. We still kept going for it, but was much less effective. And with that, Maru hit critical mass of science vessels, just mass irradiates all the Corruptors, all the Spellcasters, Vipers, Infestors, and Ultras as well. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Just irradiates the map. And Maru will take a lead in the series. Will take a lead, and we'll see if Onside can keep this going. We'll see if Shopify can bring it back, because this is, I believe, the first time that we are seeing Hearthstone play Brood War Protoss. Oh, I don't know what to expect. I'll be honest, I'm curious more than anything. I'm curious to see how he does handle himself. Again, Hearthstone, as we mentioned before, is maybe one of the weaker links on his team, just because of some of the inexperience Hearthstone has with StarCraft Evolution. But you know what? He had some days to prepare, so I'm sure he did put those days to good use. I'm sure he did put them to good use. Let's go. Because also I should emphasize that on the flip side, ByuN, I would say, is also one of the weaker links for his team, who's also much more inexperienced in regards to StarCraft Delusion and Brood War. But I believe for this game, ByuN is playing SC2 Protoss, so he'll be a lot more comfortable. A lot more comfortable. So we are going to be loading in. And spawning in the top right corner of Fighting Spirits, we have the Brood War Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Shopify. We'll see if he can bring it back for himself, for his team. It is Hearthstone. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss, the SC2 Protoss, representing Onside. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. We are going to be opening up. We are going to be settling in. We have our PvP. Now, coming into this here, as we mentioned, I'm curious to see how experienced or how much practice Hearthstone has put into his Brood War Protoss. One base all-ins is still quite popular here, and we do have a 4-player spawn map. ByuN, he will find Hearthstone immediately. Does scout the top side. We'll find him. Hearthstone on the flip side has yet to go for a probe scout himself. So Zaun will have a little bit of extra information, and we'll see if Zaun doubles down into aggression. We shall see. And here we go. As again, Zaun does find him. Behind this is going to be a 2-gate opener from both players. So 2-gate opener here by Harsum, 2-gate into the Cybercore. Zaun doing the same. So far, mirrored builds on Harsum. He will find Zaun as well. Does find him. They scout each other. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Captain Fish in the chat. Baby guy, Captain Fish. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Good to see you playing again. Good to see you playing again. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Captain Fish. I know you've been quite busy as of late. You've been very, very busy. But good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Yes, the legend lives. Ah. The captain of the fish himself. Speaking of, thank you so much for subscribing. 14 months, Bobby. 14 months. Crazy. Over a year of support. Thank you. Thank you. Long time no see. Yes, yes. I know you've been busy, but you've been busy. Good to see you. As no one proxied, by the way. No one proxied. 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. Harsum the first to expand, and Zaun not too far behind him once he deals with the pylon. So it's settling into the early game. The pylon does finish, actually, not cancelled. Harsum going to be rallying, going to be reinforcing, poking in, making use of his greater range. And so far, Harsum has the slightly better start. Faster base, and even catching the Adept. Very nice. Adept will get away, but it will sustain a lot of hull damage. Oh. Shade is cancelled, Adept gets shut down. Behind this is Zaun, he's going for his own robo follow-up into Immortals. And can it work towards Disruptors later on? As you can imagine, Dragoons, they're not the most agile units when it comes to dodging shots. They don't have Blink, of course. Less mobile. For now, though, they are moving in. Oh, first volley goes off. Again, poking in. Zaun so far holding the line. Does have his battery. Battery is out. Forge going to be on the way, doubling down with a gateway setup here, going to upgrades, and most likely working towards the Citadel behind this as well. Oh. Dragoon's going to be forced back. What wins heads up? Stalker, Dragoon. I won't say Dragoon. They do have extra range, and they're a little bit more robust. But Zaun, he of course had the battery advantage. He's got a couple of centuries of force fields, and Zaun, he will not have Blink. He's going for a later council, earlier Prism. Okay, earlier Prism is on the way. For that counter attack, Harsum trying to poke in, and going for a ninja. Okay, going for the ninja base. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Does go for the ninja. Meanwhile, we did reference this earlier. We are rushing Disruptor. As I mentioned before, Dragoons are very immobile. They're very clunky units, and Novas have a much higher chance of connecting. Typically in PvP, you have that blink dynamic to blink away from Novas and dodge shots. That doesn't really happen as much here. So Disruptors are much more effective against Brutal Protoss. At the same time, the facilities also on the way for Harsum are also thinking about Reavers. As Harsum is scouting, while he gets that ninja base. At the same time, Adepts drop into the main. Two Adepts will one-shot probes, so far getting one probe kill. And Harsum races back home. And he does race back home. Meanwhile, second shot, we do miss it. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Zaun. Does miscontrol, so far just gets two. Yeah, two probes. Two probes do fall. Not the best trades, but Zaun does at least alleviate that pressure and does force Harsum back home. Behind this, Disruptor production has begun. Meanwhile, Hearthstone is also working on the Bay, again, working towards Reavers. Working towards it. Hearthstone just scouts every other expansion just to make sure there's no other proxy ninja base. So I'll just have a proxy pilot across the map. Going for the slow warp ins. Claiming his own third base. Let's go. Here he goes down. He's going for the disruptor drop. Yeah, we're gonna calm down. Waiting for prism speed. So prism speed is going for disruptor drops. Very bold move here from Zan. Very risky. I'd have to say we'll find the ninja expansion though. Very nice. Yeah, Zan who will punish the ninja base. There's a cannon here to help defend. Hearthstone was being cheeky, but he is being denied. Yeah, he will evacuate. Oh no, never mind. He's gonna fight for it. Go fight for the expansion. Losing another probe. Main army's moving out. Hearthstone's out of position. True. At least 3 stalkers. Dragoons, I should say. 3 dragoons out of position. Main army moves in. Shows those Novas. As here come the disruptors. Does drop in. Looking at the army. Novas, they should connect. Ooh, catching at the Reaver. Yeah, Reaver goes down. Gets one shot up, but massive pickoff. Reaver falls. Hearthstone being bullied back. And Zan, instead of keeping pushing, instead of continuing his push, he will back off. He backs off. He's going for top left. Oh no! Ooh. Prism does pull back. Takes some hits. Zan, he wants that ninja expansion. And Hearthstone's going for the counterattack. Now, bearing in mind, Zan, unlike Hearthstone, can recall. Zan can always recall back home if need be. Army gets spotted. Disruptors, they turn back around. Ooh, will lose 1 disruptor. Does miss rally into the army. Yeah, rough rally. Base is going to go down with trading bases. Trading expansions. There's that recall. Does leave a couple soldiers to defend. A couple soldiers to attack, I should say. Does leave them behind. Meanwhile, the flanking Novas. Of the Novas! Oh my god, massive connections. We'll lose 1 disruptor. We can see how softened up those dragoons are. Very softened up. And they're being one-shot. Yeah, they're being shut down. Oof. Losing more units, losing more army at the same time. We'll lose every single worker at the 3rd. Reaver will help defend. But again, some brutal losses there for Hearthstone. And now Zani's up a base, is up an economy, up a mineral line. Hearthstone trying to re-expand. He's trying. Hearthstone needs time. He needs time to build up. Meanwhile, we're back up to 3 disruptors. Looks like Zan did leave top left up and running, but there we go. Turns back around. Turns back around. Going back in. We'll finish it off. And we'll finish off the expansion. Disruptors have arrived. Hearthstone, we gotta respect it. Calm down. And Hearthstone going for double Reaver production. Okay. Shuttle speed is being researched as well. Getting shuttle speed. More Reavers. I still do give the edge to Zan currently. Oh. As those Novas are pushing forward. And there's still no good answer here for the Novas, for the disruptors. From the side of Hearthstone. Novas are going to be going off. Ooh, massive connection. And the Reavers go down. Yeah, Reavers go down. We just dive on the army, and Hearthstone is being overwhelmed, losing the shuttle, the Reavers, and the Dragoons. And with that sound, we'll completely shut this down. Ay, ay, ay. Again, cheeky moves out of Hearthstone going for the ninja base, but in the end, it wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. GG gets called, and Zan, who will shut Hearthstone down and extend the lead for onside. GG. And GG, well played, will extend his lead here. Again, Harsum, he did have a bit of a cheekier build, going for that ninja expansion and rushing into the third base, but in the end, he got found out. He got shut down, so it didn't quite pay for itself. Likewise, we saw those Novas pop off entirely, just massive Novas, massive connections on those Dragoons, so that Harsum had a very hard time splitting. As we mentioned, it is much more difficult to split your Dragoons. They're very, very clunky. Oh. And much more immobile, and with that took all the Novas to the face. GG, well played. With that, we have a 2-0 lead here for onside, and can Shopify bring it back? Oh, the pressure is on. The pressure is now on. Up next, we have a TVZ. It is going to be between ByuN and Lambo. ByuN for onside, Lambo for Shopify. Now, I will say, as I mentioned before, that Lambo does have much more experience in StarCraft Evolution, more so than Hearthstone. He has a lot more experience and was actually quite successful. He played in a tournament not too long ago where Lambo excelled. I want to say he got into like top 4 or if not top 3. Like, it was crazy how well Lambo performed in that StarCraft Evolution tournament. But bearing in mind that Lambo will be playing SC2 Zerg against ByuN's Brood War Terran. Let's go. Let us go. As we are loading into washouts. And again, onside, they're on match point. Remember, this is a best of 5. Best of 5. Onside, they need one more game to claim the series. Shopify, they have to fight back here and now to make a series out of this and have a chance at the ace match. I will say that ByuN, when he plays for Shopify, he is favored for his team. He's favored against Xian 100%, but we got to get there first, right? We got to get there first. It can't just be ByuN, you know, taking maps. We need the team to step up. The pressure is now on Lambo. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of washout, we have the German Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Shopify. Again, currently down in the series. Can he bounce back? The SC2 Zerg player, it is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player representing onside, leading the series 2-0. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into our TVZ here, and again, the pressure is on Lambo. Welcome to Washouts. Washouts is an interesting map in the map pool. We do see a lot of mid-game, though. A lot of aggression in the early to mid-game here, and ByuN should once again be building up into a 3-rack stim timing. Not going CC first, though. Interesting. So it's going to be a racks expand into most likely a 2nd and 3rd racks into an academy into stim. That's kind of the go-to here when it comes to Terran matchups. Meanwhile, Lambo, how does he respond? We have been seeing a Ling Bane defense, a Roche defense as well from Scarlett, if you remember earlier, where she shut down Maru's early game aggression. Lambo has options with how to open up against these kind of early stim builds. For now, hatch, gas, pool, standard opener out of Lambo. And we're making assumptions that it's going to be a 3x sim timing, but we've still yet to see ByuN kind of piece it all together here. As I mentioned, there are some mech builds you can go for. You can open up like double factory into mass vulture, into fast ion thrusters, but again, eyes are on ByuN. There we go. So again, for now, we are going to be opening up. Based on the second gas being taken, this looks like a factory follow-up. ByuN, you have my attention. Okay. Gotcha. Do we have another build up our sleeve? Yeah, we're going to be chasing down the Overlord, denying vision, denying scouting. And show us that factory. Okay. Yo, we got some builds. There it is. Factory is going to be on the way. For the first time this series, Brood War Terran is not going 3 racks. Sorry, for the first time this broadcast. For the first time this tournament? For the again, 3x sim is just so common. I mean, I guess we do see this a lot more in TVT. True. Like in TVT, like 3x sim is not a thing. But against Zerg and Protoss, it's all we've seen so far. So ByuN mixing it up. Now with this, we can go into a second factory, into double factory mass vulture. We can also try to go for a 1-1-1 faster starport into like a wraith based opener. We have been seeing a bit of a rise in popularity of that instead. And based on lack of second factory, I'm leaning more towards the starports. Yep, there it is. Starport is on the way. Looks like we are indeed opening up 2-port Mass Wraith. Okay, so 2-port Mass Wraith is going to be on the way here for ByuN. For those that are unaware, Wraith is kind of like a cross between a Viking and a Banshee. In general, when it comes to the Broodor races, they have a lot of units like that are kind of, they're units that have to play multiple roles. A good example is like the Reaver. The Reaver is not really like a disruptor. The Reaver is more like an immortal crossed with a disruptor, right? The Reaver has the role of being like the backbone of a Protoss army, robo composition, but also doing splash damage as well. It can't be as unreliable as a disruptor because there's no like immortal for the Broodor Protoss, so it plays both roles. Similarly here as well, where this plays the role of the Viking for anti-air, but also like the Banshee when it comes to harassing and cloak. So it has aspects and features of multiple units. Just because the Broodor race has less units available. There are less units for Broodor. As Cloak is now on the way. Cloak is on the way. With this, we can hunt down overlords, and of course, we can harass mineral lines. Lambo, he's just droning, saturating, going into a roach base opener. So very safe play here by Lambo. Lambo has yet to go into the main base. Lambo is not fully aware of what's going on, and we'll see if Lambo can piece together what's happening here. So far, no safety spores yet. So this is going to be a 4:30 lair timing. So I would say standard lair timing here from Lambo. Standard. Going to be at 4:30. Joining up his third, saturating. Likewise, again, the race is still amassing up in the main. And Lambo's getting safety spores. Lambo doesn't know exactly what's going on, but for Lambo knows it could be like, I don't know, 2-base BC, right? There could be 2-base BC on the way, it could be 2-base Wraith, it could be 2-base Mech. Lambo's just playing it safe. And here comes the move out, and Lambo will spot this. Yeah, the Spotterlings, they do catch the Wraiths, just barely. Lambo's now aware. Race is moving out. So far, we have 7 queens to defend. 2 more on the way. Going to be 9. Going to be 9 queens. I feel like this build relies heavily on the surprise factor, but Lambo has more or less confirmed. We'll 3-shot an Overlord. Gets 1. Activates Cloak. We'll get 2. Without detection, more Overlords are going to go down. There we go. Catching out 2. Catching out 3 Overlords. So far, decent damage supply blocking Lambo. Oh, has to be careful. Again, has to respect those spores. Again, if there weren't spores in position, then we could snipe queens. But that's a 4th Overlord going down. And behind this, Buyer. Stim. Okay, that's catching me off guard. So it's going to be Master Wraith, not into Mech. Master Wraith into Buyer. Stim is on the way. 4 more Raxes as well. Lings, they do get eyes on the 3rd. And the race, they do catch a couple of drones, just getting 1 so far. It's going to be Roach Hydra out of Lambo. And the question becomes, has this done enough damage? We've killed 5 Overlords, 2 Zerglings, 1 drone. I feel like we were hoping, again, we were hoping that spores weren't ready and then we could have gotten more economic damage. So far, I don't think this has quite been enough yet. It has Carapace on the way. Getting to Overlord speed. Your tanks are revealed. Again, Marines are amassing. There is a plus side here, and that is that Lambo doesn't know that it's going to be Bio, so he's going for a Roach Hydra composition, which should be okay against the more. Oh, we're going for the Nidus. Lambo's cutting workers at 72, taking 2 bases, but his cutting workers a little bit earlier here. He's not quite getting up to 80 drones, not yet. He's taking. Never mind. He's taking up. So Nidus just a harass, but it looks like he is planning to work towards a longer game. At least ByuN has retained all these Wraiths. Hasn't lost any yet. Like, has been very efficient, that is true. Scans the main base, confirms the pit, and the Hydras. Okay, catching an Novus here. Oh, we'll get a second notice here and barely actually gets away. Okay, barely does get away. That's it. Lambo still supply 9 overloads. A laser. Is that you? 9 overloads on the way as once again Lambo gets supply blocked. Spawn not quite in position, so we do pick off some drones. Drones are going to be going down. Lambo commits. Yeah, he just commits across the map. Lambo's moving in. Tanks are on siege. Uh-oh. Radius not done. And Lambo's going into mass swarm host behind this. Not hive tech. And Ryung's out of position. Oof. Ryung is out of position. Coming in from behind. Who catches who? Yeah, tanks that will siege. Hydras, they get caught out. Massive tank shots. Hydras, they gotta get the hell out of here. They get punished. Yeah, better trade for Ryung. Catching it almost every single Hydralist. One Hydra gets away. Just the one Hydra. And Lambo's in trouble. Lambo, he's in a lot of trouble here. Now, the Storm Host tells me that he believed it was going to be mech. Like, again, like he did not confirm the bio follow-up, so he thought it was going to be mech. Storm Hosts are going to be less effective here against a mass marine army. You can see that Lambo cancelled. Yeah, Lambo, he finished one Swarm Host, he cancelled the rest, realizing that they're just dead supply. So he thought it was going to be mech. And the bio switch is going to catch him with his pants down. Yeah, the pants are down. Not expecting mass marine, he's not ready for it. Lurker Den is going to be on the way. Roaches are amassing. And Ring is coming for the kill. He's going for the kill here. Now he does not have a radiate. No radiate, just defense matrix. He scans, sees the setup. The queens are in position. Ring, he rotates. Catching at the Lings. Oof, Jesus. Catching at a Ravager as well. Now as time goes on, Lurkers will amass and then Lambo can buy time. He can try to hold the line with Lurkers, but before then I do favor Ryung's army. It's much more efficient. Files on one tank. Defense matrix saves the tank. That's crazy. He saves the tank. He stims and he wins. He breaks through the Hydras. Breaks through the Roaches. You can save the tank from the vials, man. That's crazy. Yeah, with that, the tanks are getting in a hand. Once again, more defense matrix. Massive tank shot's going to be going off. And again, Lambo, he was caught out. We are oversending. Oh. Yeah, Marines, they do overextend for a moment, but it's fine. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. GG gets called, and Ryung, he will take down Lambo. And onside, they will take down Shopify in a 3-0 series. GG. GG, well played. Again, Lambo, he was caught with his pants down, winding it back. As a reminder, Lambo, he believes, and I don't blame him, I thought it was going to be as well, mass wraith into mech is more standard, is much more standard here. That's why he was setting up for a more Hydra kind of, Hydra Storm Host kind of composition. Then, bam, suddenly the Hydras got surrounded, they got caught out, Marines were revealed instead, and they had to mass cancel all of those Swarm Hosts. He tried to switch into Lurker Tech, he had no Ling Bang ready, he had a very inefficient army against Marines, and that bio switch caught him out. It caught him with his pants down. Lambo, he was caught out, unawares, unsuspecting, and with that, Ryung will claim the series. GG. GG, well played. Impressive play here by Ryung, catching out Lambo. Again, Lambo, he was the final hope here to start the series, start the comeback for Shopify. Not quite able to. Now, as a reminder, for Crank Gatherers, for seeding purposes and for final map scores, Game 4 is still going to be played. Unfortunately, there's a little bit less weight behind it. I will say that ByuN, he's the ace player for Shopify, and he honestly has a really good chance of winning this game, but unfortunately, it won't be enough to force an ace match. So, a little bit less weight behind it. Still an important game here for Onside, just for better scoring purposes. Same with Shopify as well, to be fair. But overall, Onside, they will still claim the series. So again, one final game here. Zan versus ByuN. So we're getting into that fourth and final game. And again, a really unique build out of Ryung, by the way. I want to emphasize that as well. Like, we're so used to seeing 3x stim, so to see a cheeky build here going double starport, mass wraith into that bio switch was very unexpected. Very unexpected. Again, catching us off guard, catching Lambo off guard as well. Impressive play, the impressive performance as we are getting into that fourth and final game. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. Un momento. There we go. Bottom right hand corner here of Silphid, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the SC2 Protoss representing onside. Again, they've already claimed the series here, and I'll translate this soon. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran, the Broodor Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. ByuN is always very cheeky and very talkative when it comes to competing in tournaments. I don't. Chenon Day? Chenon what? If there's anyone that speaks Korean, I would love a translation to that. Google Translate doesn't really help. It looks like a continuation from a conversation that we're having previously. So, out of context, I'm not entirely certain as to what it is. I don't know if they're referring to like a holiday or something. But for now, we're going to be opening up. And speaking of 3 ranks, there it is. We have our first, second, and third ranks on the way. So 3 rank sim. If you remember, this is what we assumed that ByuN was going to whip out just because it's so common in the meta right now for Brood War Terran. And ByuN, he will embrace the meta. He'll embrace the meta, going 3 rank sim. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, just going for his own gate, cyber, expand. A bit of a safer build here out of ByuN, as he does send out a second probe. ByuN is having fun. I mean, again, there's a little less pressure on ByuN. A little less pressure. Second probe has arrived. He wants that to see me. Ooh, miscontrol though out of ByuN. Yeah, we'll lose that first probe. A rough start here from our Protoss player. But again, like, ByuN can be cheeky. Like, it's fine. As still a better start, of course, for ByuN. As he can build up. He can mass up. He's like, so he just gave me a probe? So I was like, we won anyway, it's fine. I'm enjoying myself. We'll see. So ByuN with the question mark comment, he was like, what are you doing? And ByuN was like, lag. It's like, that's lag, papi. Smooch. As from here again, we're just waiting for Stim to kick in. Stim has now begun. We're building up our Marines, building up our medics, building up the bio. Meanwhile, a big shout to Riser in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing for the first time. As oh my, the banter continues. Well done. But thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content, the casting, and the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy. Gracias, baby, gracias. God damn it, ByuN. So ByuN, after that happened, ByuN, he was like, do I really have to play against someone like this? And then ByuN's just laughing at him. Oh no. ByuN, he's locked in with a clown. With a clown. Ah. Smooch. So ByuN is moving out. As I mentioned, there's a lot less weight behind this game, so there's a little more banter and jokes happening. As the episode do shade in, yeah, they shade into the mineral line. SCV's gonna be going down, getting 1, getting 2 SCV kills already here. Nice damage here by ByuN as he does not get surrounded. Ooh, getting another. Yeah, getting a 3rd SCV. ByuN commits across the map, back at home. ByuN, he's getting ready. We got the battery. Stalkers are warping in. There's recall back home. Does save the adept. And ByuN is back in time to hold. He's back in time. Marines, they do stim in. Themselves forward, catching 1. Catching 1 Stalker. Catching the adept. And do we keep going? Oh my god, it gets 2. Yeah, 1, 2 more Stalkers go down. We're down to only 2 Stalkers left. The boys are being pulled, and a messy defense here from ByuN. As ByuN, he's breaking through. He's breaking through the army. A second battery does now finish, though. And with that second battery, ByuN should hold. There's a messy defense here from ByuN, but he will hold on. And not without losing another Stalker, though. Oof, another Stalker goes down. Messy defense. losing 6 probes as well. The medic, there we go. So 6 probe kills alongside 5 stalkers, 2 adepts and a zealot. A very rough loss, a very rough trade for ByuN. ByuN does come out ahead. He comes out ahead and he's getting ready for the second wave. Behind this, we do see that ByuN is working towards the bay, working towards Colossus production, and ByuN, meanwhile, working towards a bio tank setup, 2 more factories into siege mode with a 3rd CC as well. So both players are building up into the mid game, but again, ByuN does have a lead coming into that mid game. For some context, ByuN was late for his lobby, and in lobby chat, ByuN was like, he got scared. 4-0 for us, clearly. True. Ah, no. ByuN. But yeah, ByuN, he's always bantering with, especially with other Korean opponents. There's always a lot of bantering. Always, of course, in good fun. So we have our first Colossus on the way. Ooh, catching at the observer. Nice catch at ByuN. Behind this, we can see switching into Vulture. Okay. Spider-Man's being researched. Ion Thrusters as well. We have our Vulture switch at ByuN. And so far, ByuN has momentum. Does have momentum. ByuN poking in. Oh. Catching a Marine. We're going for a full mech transition here. Yeah, the Raxes are floating, being used as overlords. ByuN gonna mech it up. He's meching it up. Oof. He's gonna make it happen. And with that, the game is going to slow down. Yeah, we're just going to slow things down here. We're building up more tanks. We're building up a couple of vultures as well to gain that map control to throw down all those spider mines. Likewise, ByuN is going to be diversifying his splash damage, going Colossus into Disruptor, into the Temple Archives as well. We're all just taking up. But again, I will still give the edge to ByuN. He had the better economy, has a larger army, has the higher worker counts, and that trend should continue unless ByuN can slow him down in some way, shape, or form. Pressure's on ByuN. The opposite thing that we could do here is ByuN could just be hyper greedy and rush into Sky Toss, but for now, ByuN is committing to a ground-based composition. Committing to ground. Claiming his 4th. ByuN starting to push. Gets spotted by the observer. Tanks are moving in. It does feel like this army is still very bare bones. Where's the gateway composition? There we go. Slow warpins across the map, going for harass. Is that to be harassing at the same time? Tanks are moving in, gaining more ground quite quickly. Actually, gaining a lot of ground. This low ground position is very difficult to defend on. Zelsa busts into the mineral line. Vultures, sorry, Marines, they respond. First never goes off. Ooh. Never connects, no kills. Zelsa do get some SCV kills, but the last ByuN holds. Yeah, ByuN, he does hold, he does defend. No more Zella warp-ins. Would you have another Nova? Oh, never goes off. Clearing up some mines. Mines are clearing up, more Zelta morphing in. ByuN finds a pylon. ByuN's pushing. He's here to put a point on the board for his team, Pappy. True. As we collapse out. Yeah, we try to break out through the minefield. First tank's going to be going down. Nice blink. At the same time, Nova's going to be going off as well. Zelta coming from behind. And a nice surround here out of ByuN. It cleans up all the tanks. Yeah, very nice surround. Every tank is going to go down. Better engage here from ByuN. He was patient. He was patient, waited for the zealots, waited for the warpins, the surround, the flank, and now ByuN's in trouble. And you can see the same issues for Brood War Terran exists in SE2 Terran, where tanks are just so vulnerable. You need that ground support, and honestly, the vultures were not good enough. The spider mines, likewise, there weren't many of them either. Charge ults are just hyper efficient against those tanks once they close that distance. And ByuN is forced back. He's forced back. At the same time, going for some vulture harass. Trying to at least. Does scan. Scanning bases. Vultures that get caught out. ByuN gaining map control. Zoning all those vultures away. Oh. He's also heading back. And from here down, he should be able to take more bases. Oh, gotta be careful. Jesus. Yeah, late to blink. Yeah, heavy losses there. ByuN's like, you're an animal. I like to think that ByuN's like, watch out. The ... response. Hold on. I get the translation. Ooh, I get the translation. ByuN, calm down, baby, calm down. So ByuN here as a response after taking the mind shots to the face. I'll keep it to myself. There we go. Zan breaking out. Yeah, Zan breaking out. He will catch out some of the ByuN army. ByuN's out of position at the same time going for his own counterattack. Tanks are on the high ground. They're at the third. Ooh, and Zan cannot move into this. Yeah, he cannot move into the T sign. Pulls away. At the same time, vultures, they do pick up part of the mineral line. Oh my god. Yeah, massive mine shots. Mine shots are connecting. Zan rotates up left. Does get a mineral line himself. Where we're bleeding out units here. Both players. 14 pros with 17 SCVs. 17 SCVs. As CC does falls down, he recalls. Will abandon one disruptor. Yeah, one disruptor left alone. But does recall in time. Zan still has his 4th base, now getting a 5th base up and running as well. Zan now up in bases. ByuN still has a hefty army to work with. Scanning. Spots a base. What GBG said. I mean, we already gave out translations earlier. He wasn't complaining about what Zan doing was weird. He was complaining because Zan was making mistakes. He was like... So, Google Translate so far at least, superior to ChatGPT so far. As ByuN rotates to the south side, he has maxed out. He has maxed out. Pushing through the south side. Zan, he's out of position. He's here in the center. He's completely out of position. ByuN's moving in. Yeah, ByuN pushing in towards the natural base, and Zan going for a base trade, but he's so late. Yeah, so late to base trade. Ooh, Nova. Oh my, Nova though. Nova goes off, catching up most of the vultures. Zan commits through the center, rushing through. Yeah, right through the center here. Oh my god. Spider-Man's popping off, catching up some of the Archons. Tank boys as well. ByuN isn't really gaining any ground, I will say. He is distracted back at home. ByuN's distracted, but there's not really much of an army here. We have 4 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers, 1 Immortal, 1 Archon. It's barely an army. Vultures, they take down that northern base. Goliaths, they move in. And Zan, he has almost nothing left. He has almost nothing left. He's got a couple of disruptors, that's all he has. Trying to build up more zealots. Trying to, at least. I say that, I mean, that's a hefty amount of zealots. Let's see. We're getting ready for the surround. It's getting ready for it. Ooh, Spider-Man goes off. EMP as well. Yeah, nice EMP on the Archon. Zealots are falling. And Zan just being forced, or just being zoned away. Just being zoned further back. Oof. My shot goes off. The defense matrix, and again, ByuN, he's just overwhelming. Just looking to overwhelm. Stalkers that dive in, trying to force some friendly fire. Once again, we have more defense matrix, and with that, GG gets called. There's the question mark, and ByuN, he will fight back, putting a point on the board for Shopify. GG. Whew. GG, well played, does put a point on the board. Again, it won't be enough to win the series, as it is still going to go 3-1 in favor of Onside. Again, that's why we had a little more banter between the two players in the last game, just because there's a little bit less weight behind it, of course. But regardless, GG, well played. ByuN, he does fight back, he does put a point on the board, and that may help Shopify in the overall standings. But again, Shopify did have a really rough go in the group stage. Did have a rough go. Let's catch up on the standings here. So again, congratulations to Onside. They will claim the series 3-1. Maru took down Scarlett, Zaun took down Hearthstone, Ryung took down Lambo, and then ByuN did put a point on the board against Zaun in the very end of the series, but again, not enough to claim the series overall. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to Onside, and with that, we can catch up on the final standings for Group A. Group A has concluded. It was round robin between our four teams, between Onside, Stallion If We Lose It's Crank's Fault, and Shopify Rebellion, and now we have those final standings. Un momento. Here we go. Okay. So from the top here, Group A, we have Onside. Onside, they finish in first place. Let's go. Onside, they finish in first place here, going 3-0, not dropping a single series in their group. Remember, they took down Crank's Fault earlier, 3-2. It was a very, very clutch and very close back and forth, as you can see here. We did cover this, of course, last week. In week 1, we had our first 3 matches, and we just wrapped up the final 3 matches. So Onside, they barely took down It's Crank's Fault in that first matchup. They then, of course, took down Stallion earlier in the broadcast here as well, here in this 3-1 scoreline. And, of course, I took down Shopify Rebellion at 3-1 as well. Guys, I did take him down. So Onside, they finished in first place. Stallion in second place. Stallion had their own impressive series. They took down Shopify earlier in the week, last week even. They took down Crank's Fault as well, 4-0. They're the only team that had a clean 4-0 scoreline. True. The only team to be able to pull that off. Stallion looking strong here, also coming in second place. If we lose this Crank's Fault, we have confirmation. It is Crank's fault. It's all his fault. They go down. They went 1-2, but again, not a good enough scoreline to make it through the groups. They did end up falling. They had a good showing here against Onside to the ace match. They got shut down by Stallion and this is down to Shopify. And again, Shopify, they did come out in last place, going 0-3. I'll be honest, coming into this group, I had a little bit more faith in Shopify because of Lambo and ByuN. I thought that they'd be like key heavy hitters for their team, but again, as a team, they did struggle throughout the course of the group. Likewise, Crank's Fault was more of like a haphazard team thrown together, which did also struggle. In the end, we had Onside and Stallion come out on top in Group A. GG well played. They'll make it into the playoffs. So Onside and Stallion they advance on into the playoffs. If we lose this Crank's Fault and Shopify, they will be knocked out of the tournament. Yeah, Crank's Fault and Shopify, they're out. Stallion and Onside, they are in. And that wraps up Group A. Now, of course, there's still Group B. Group B is still, of course, also going to be covered by us tomorrow in around 11 hours time. So in 11 hours, going to be live, and we're going to be casting Group B. We're going to be live with that group to also wrap up the group, to wrap up the group stage, and to get into the playoffs. Playoffs will be next week. Playoffs, they're going to be next week, so just bear that in mind. Playoffs are still a ways away. Next week, we'll be able to embrace them and embrace that format here in StarCraft Evolution. GG all played. So again, shout out to our team, shout out to our players, of course, on site in first place, Sounding Balls in second. Despite Sounding Balls maybe being a more quote-unquote like unknown team or a lesser team compared to Shopify, for example, like they do have a strong showing here in SC Evo. Strong showing. It's all Crank's fault. True. It is. All his fault, baby. All his fault. Just catching up with the chat. But with that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the evening. When it comes to the rest of our schedule, bam, as you can see, we just wrapped up with our Friday evening broadcast. So you can see that Friday evening, we just wrapped up with Crank Gathers. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be live with some more Crank Gathers. As we mentioned, it is going to be in 11 hours time. We're going to be live with Group B of this event. Then tomorrow evening, we're going to be live with MSO, Masters 1 Open, and Sparkling Tunic Cup on Sunday. So again, we do have at least one cast a day. And again, tomorrow, 2 casts a day. So plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft here on the horizon, as always on the CranKy Ducklings. Thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in. Again, if you want to support us, you can do so via following us on all the socials. If you maybe missed out on week 1, remember this is week 2. This is week 2 of Crank Gathers. If you missed week 1, YouTube. YouTube is the place to be. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat or socials, and you'll get a link to our channel, so you can check out all those VODs. We do cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, more than Wardy, more than Steadfast. We have the content, we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. True. So again, we cast more than anyone else out there. It's all on YouTube. Check out the live tab on YouTube for all of our current VODs. Meanwhile, it does take a couple of weeks for us to upload, just because we do upload 1 tournament a day, and we cast more than 1 tournament a day. So because that, the uploads are further behind. They're behind by like 3 or 4 weeks. So 3-4 week delay when it comes to individual VODs. Otherwise, the live VOD is all there, all under the live tab. Otherwise, if you want to support us in another way, you can do so via Patreon, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. It does fund our tournaments. Again, our tournaments are this weekend. Masters 1 Open, which is our monthly amateur tournament, and Sparkling Tunic Cup, which is our weekly open tournament. So again, we do host events on a regular basis, all funded and all funded via Patreon, and they all grow via Patreon as well. Depending on the support on Patreon, you can help us grow our prize pool and grow our tournaments even further. So if you want to help us out and help out the scene, you can do so via the Patreon. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you guys in 11 hours time for Group B of Crank Gathers Season 4, week number 2. We'll see you then. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Until then, ciao, baby, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.